오면 어떠하니 광어면 어떠하니 삼치면 어떠하니 상어면 어떠하니 내 낚싯대를 물어주오 그때 마침 잠시 내게 형형 나 좀 데려가요 참치
Natato laugh, Natato laugh.
Hello, bitches.
Hi guys, hello. Hi Jargon, hi Lily, hi Hooded. This music's a bit of a jam. What is it? Undertale? Cool, I guess. Also Lily, your cat's name is Kruger. So, an Afrikaans person told me that the name in South Africa was supposed to pronounce it like Kruger with a K, but like I'm very English, so it's Kruger. Kruger National Park. But also I don't have pictures of your cat, Lily. It's wild animals and a lot of birds. Oh, but has the ad already gone? The ad's already gone. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this shit. Bam! Hi guys. I did my makeup today. I think it's very cute. Hi Sethels! Also, thank you for 22 months, Dragon. Damn! Just before the celebration of my second stream anniversary, 22nd month. Very nice. That lined up very nicely. But yes, we're gonna start with nice face, bro. Thanks. Flesh tuber stream. God, you know what? I put Tato in brackets because you know VTato is my VTuber. I also only have one screen because y'all know the drill. Hey, this one. So I'm just gonna pin this bad boy. We'll leave it for 20 minutes. My power's supposed to be back at half past. Whatever. It is what it is. In any case, I have only one screen, so I'll be alt-tabbing back and forth, you know. Thank you for the video as well, Settles. I hope you're doing well. We should have pics of the cat. Of Lily's cats? Or Lily's on my server, right? I am the tuber now, yeah. I'm buffering. Sorry, guys. In my brain, I am buffering. It is hot as hell. I don't know if you can hear my fan in the background. I hope not. It doesn't look like it. But it's warm in here. Okay, we're gonna start looking at the pictures. You hear nothing? You can't even hear me? Fuck. Do I need to change my settings? Is something broken? No, I'm joking. Anyway, just jams. Just them sweet jams. It's not too loud, right? I sometimes battle with getting the sound just right. Because I keep fucking with my settings. Perfect? Alright. Hi, Bonnie. Hi, Bun. Alright, so we're gonna start looking at the pictures from the Kruger. I'll preface this. For those of you who don't know, my boyfriend's parents are birders. You know, like how we have Pokemon? They have birds. It's just Pokemon in real life. Oh, the power's back already. That's nice. Hi, Vitrix! I pinned that load shedding message and now it's not even important. Hi, I'm Danny. Did I pronounce that correctly? Oh, that's a Timo emote. Sheesh. Hi. How is everybody? I'm just waiting for a second for my screens to wake up and be like, oh yes. So that I can move. Timote? Oh my god, it's a Timote. Timomote. I recognize that little Timo anywhere. Alright, we're good, I think. Okay. You miss the old days? Are the days different? They enslave birds and make them fight? Okay, they don't do that part. They just basically fill their Pokédex, you know. They just fill their Pokédex with Pokemon. Alright, so this is a juvenile Battleur. It's much more, I think it's much more recognizable when it's an adult because I think... Is it their feet? I think their face as well are bright red, so they're very easy to identify. I think there are some pictures of a mature one. But you see a lot of this guy in the Kruger anyway. Used to live an hour's drive. Damn, did you go there often or not really? Oh, well there's the adult. So he's got the red face and red feet as well.
Hello, motherfucker.
What drinking? Appetizer. What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, Daddy. Yeah, it's actually from yesterday, but I have this thing. It's about, like, that much full because I never finished my drinks. So, Ray put it in the fridge for me last night. Bless him. You went to the Skukuza golf course? So we mostly, I think we were in Skukuza. And I think we were, like, in and around that area. We didn't travel, like, very far north. So yes, I spotted this guy actually, just like randomly. He was on the side of the road. He was eating like a water monitor or a rock monitor. I can't remember now. He was eating some big old lizard and he was just minding his own business, but he was fucking beautiful. Man's just chowing on the side of the road. There's another. This is like adult. You can see the bright red face, but the feathers are also like, the color is more distinct. Look like Sourhead's Bangkang? Words. That sounds tasty. You guys don't have appetizer? Is this a South African drink? It's Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola company. Manufactured in South Africa. Maybe you don't have it. Looks like a flag, yeah. Very beautiful. This guy was just chilling on a dead tree. Just minding his own business, and the parents missed it, so we were in two different cars. The parents were like driving by themselves, and then all the kids were in Ray's car. And this guy was just chilling there, and we were like, what the fuck? So we drove for a while, but managed to get their attention, because we stopped and we were watching the bird, because he was stunning. And then we managed to get them to come back, and then that's how we got this picture. He was just chilling. Beautiful. Hi, Pocahontas. How you doing, beautiful? Speaking of beautiful, how you doing? But yes, the colors are quite distinct when you go from juvenile to adult. And it's very easy to identify them while they're flying because I don't know if you can see, but they have the nubbiest little tails. So if you see a big raptor, you can also see like the bottom of his wings. Very distinct coloring. He has the nubbiest little tail. So like... they're quite easy to spot. They're quite easy to spot. You missed me! I missed you too. You were watching Netflix? What were you watching on Netflix? Is it called a berghaan? What is that even? Berg, I understand, it's a mountain, but haan? Hen? Like a mountain chicken? Bitrix, please. My Afrikaans is shocking at best. But look how beautiful these birds are. And fucking, what are those, what are they called? Red hot Cheetos, spicy hot Cheetos, whatever, those bright red Cheetos. Mans has been in that packet. It's the Afrikaans name? No, I know, but I'm asking about, like, if you literally translated it. It's an Adeptus, a mountain chicken. Oh my god. I just don't know the haan part. Is there an English word for that? Isn't a mountain rooster a frog? Yes, this is the mighty frog. South African frog. Tree frog. Mountain cock. Haan is cock. Oh, like a boy chicken. Mountain chicken is a frog. Very interesting. So this is just a small little brown bird. There's a lot of these. Terrestrial brown bull is the actual name. I don't know if you guys want me to write any of the names in the chat. I don't know if any of you would want to go and look at these birds for whatever reason. Leptodactylus phalanx, commonly known as the mountain chicken, or giant ditch frog. Oof. Okay. This one is being a bit of an asshole. You'll see that there's a fucking leaf in front of his face. This was the best shot that he could get. This is, I actually don't know how to pronounce this. Levalian's cuckoo. Very pretty bird otherwise. But yes, he was hiding in a tree. So this was on the one side of the tree, and when we went to the other side of the tree, there was just like thick branches and other trees in the way. So unfortunately, that's as good as it got. Mountain cock, my time to appear. Hi, Rich. This goofy ass motherfucker, dwarf bittern. I think we saw a juvenile of these somewhere, but I'm not sure. No, I think it was a night heron. I can't remember now. Anyway. You doing good, Rich. This guy, I don't quite remember. We see these guys quite a lot because like they'll go to like what is it called? Like where there are rivers and stuff, and sometimes it'll dry out and whatever. They're water birds, so you'll find them around the water. This is just a mourning dove, but I think Ray's dad took a picture because I wasn't sure if I had seen one before. And I've been ticking things off. I have a Kruger book somewhere. I've been ticking things off. Like, oh yes, I've seen this one. This is our fish eagle. Very much cooler than the American national chicken. This is our chicken. Very cool. Very screamy. But smaller than you'd expect. How dare. Is ours not cooler? Your eagle would freedom all over this. Ew. Please don't let your eagles freedom on our eagles. It's kind of gross, man. Jagan? It's Jagan now. This guy, Martial Eagle, if I'm not mistaken, the Martial Eagle is one of our biggest eagles. I do not remember seeing this guy, I'm not gonna lie. But very often, so it was cold, which is a weird word to use when you go to the Kruger. It was cold and it was overcast. The weather was amazing. And we were able to get a lot of nice pictures, but it was very hard to look at with your bare eyes. So it is our biggest eagle, yeah. They do look cool. They have like a mohawk sometimes. Clearly not in this picture. Mans was on a mission, didn't have time to style his hair. But yeah, very, very pretty guy. This one, I spotted this one. And this one made me really excited. So this is a tawny eagle, but this is the like light variant. There's another one in the tree just in front of it. So this is the normal color of the tawny eagle. I found the gold one, the shiny one, the fancy one, right? That's how that works. So this guy was sitting just in front of him, and you can see like just between his feet here, there's a tail of a lizard. It was like draped over the tree. And the other one was screaming like, can I have some? And the other one was like, he kept like, you can see his like wing is out on the one side here. He kept like covering, being like, no, fuck off, this is mine. Greedy ass motherfucker did not want to share with his friend. But this one was sitting watching us. Very, very pretty bird. Yeah, there they are together. The one up here, and then the guy at the bottom. So there's the lizard, you can see his head. Just on the bottom of the screen there, he was just draped over the tree and having his guts eaten out by this bird. So, yeah, these are both tawny eagles. Feels bad, man. We saw a lot of these lizards actually getting eaten. A mocha latte, the gold one. Look how beautiful this is, though. The gold one's also very beautiful, but this one's also a tawny eagle. He's got fluffy boots. He's got very fluffy boots. And this one's also a tawny eagle. They come in many colors, as you can see. This one's also a tawny eagle. But this one looks very scruffy. So I don't remember if we said it was maybe like a younger bird that was still like molting some of his yucky feathers. Avian Ugg boots. Gonna go to the Starbucks for a PSL. Isn't that football? Look at them fluffy boots. He's also got fluffy boots. Okay, there were a lot of tawny eagle pictures. Pick. But look, he's also got scruffy feathers sticking out. Pumpkin spice latte. Oh, it's that time. It's that time already? No. Surely not. Can you look at a meerkat? I don't think I have. I don't think we saw meerkats. These are just the things that I saw in December when I went to the Kruger. Oh, that's what the people... Oh, so the bird is gonna go to Starbucks for the pumpkin spice latte because he's wearing the boots. I see now. Okay, sorry. I was not on the same page there. This is a falcon that was just chilling on a rock. Like a fucking massive rock. He was just vibing there. And I saw it. And I was like, stop, stop, stop. There's something on the rock. And I was like, but I can't see what it is. And I was so worried it was a pigeon because the first couple of times I went out with them, I was like not wanting to stop for like anything because I was just like, what if I saw like an impala? Impalas and pigeons. Do meerkats exist as far north as Kruger? I know they're rampant in Addo. Oh man, Rich. I don't know if we've had this discussion before, but I grew up in Port Elizabeth. So like, my experience of going to like parks and stuff, it's Addo and Shamwari. I don't know if they're both still around. I spoke about Shamwari recently, I think. But yeah, like, I also feel like Dussies were a lot more common when I was younger. Now they're all just dead, or they aren't in this part of the country. I have no idea. They're both still around. That was my experience. You're also from Port Elizabeth! Oh my god, I grew up there, Pocahontas. Well, considering my age, spent half my life there. I moved up to Pretoria when I turned about... I was either 15 or 16. I think I was 15. Did you just compare an impala to a pigeon? Yes, I did, Bunny. Do you know why? Because there's hundreds and thousands of fucking... You know, like those little sprinkles they put on cake? Of fucking impala. Every second animal you see in the Kruger is going to be an impala. I'm not even joking. They have so many impala. So many. God damn. And we're not eating them? Madness. Madness. Truly, there are so many. That's a fucking cute emote. It is very cute. There are so many impala. They are fucking everywhere. Comparing them to sky rats? No, they are ground rats. They are fucking everywhere. You see movement in a bush and you're like, oh shit, what is it? Impala. We don't even point out the impala, Bunny. There are too many. They are everywhere. A plague upon the Kruger. We could have seen literally anything else. You know, I didn't see a single lion. We were there for 5 days. 5 days. I didn't see a single lion. But you bet your ass I saw impala every single day. Every single minute of every single trip. We had at least like 2 trips a day. I did not see a single lion. I saw leopard several times. We saw rhino, we saw hippo, we saw buffalo. We saw everything else that the Kruger has to offer. Did not see a lion. There's pictures of lions, but it's the one trip that I didn't go on. Anyway. You never wanted to see an impala again. I was done with them, right? They are fucking everywhere. They really are. Gosh. This is a crested francolin. They were very, very cute. Sometimes if there was just one of them, they would like bounce across the road and they would like jump into the bushes. But there was quite a few groups that had little babies and they were so cute. The little chicken nuggies. Reporting you guys for violence and hate speech? Nah. Nah. Nah, bunny. Be serious for a second. Please be serious. Have you been to the Kruger? Have you been to the Kruger? This is a weird bird. So this is the hammerkorp. And there's another picture where... There we go. They was doing their business in plain sight. To be fair, we were sitting in a bird hide, so it's not like they could have seen us anyway. But they are called hammerkorp because they have a hammer-shaped head. Very simply, their name is hammerhead. They're hammerhead birds. Eat the impalas. They're delicious. I might have had impala biltong a couple times. I'm trying to think. I can't remember now, but I think we did. Like, before we left, we bought some. Ate it in the car on the way home, just to say goodbye to the impalas. Goliath heron. I think this guy was very far away. So the picture is a little bit blurry, but these guys are fucking massive. They're very beautiful as well. But these kinds of birds kind of scare me because they have, like, very punky beaks. And I get scared, like, whenever I go to the Johannesburg Zoo. There's a couple enclosures that have birds with these long, thin beaks. And I'm just like, some child is going to put their hand near that fence. And they're going to say goodbye to their fingers. Beautiful. Beautiful birds. Oh. Oh. Was this the one that we saw? No, I don't think so. This is a striated heron. This is not one that I'm familiar with. But I think it's one of those ones, he sits by the water. You can kind of see the lilies in the background there. He sits by the water and he just shoots his neck out. You know those birds with the extendable necks? That child will learn a lesson. You know, I'm terrified. I'm so terrified because there's so many birds like that. Speaking of, these guys... Hi, Dreamy! Guys, it is Dreamy's birthday today. Happy birthday! I hope you've had the most amazing day. If everyone wants to wish Dreamy a happy birthday, you can do so now. Spam some love in the chat for Dreamy. Happy birthday! Yeah, we're looking at birds now for your birthday. So these guys, ground hornbill, sitting in the tree, you know, like their name implies. We have some of these at the Johannesburg Zoo as well, and they're quite naughty, they're quite cheeky. Tato showing birds for your birthday, exactly. They're quite cheeky birds. We saw some, the one time, they were carrying stuff in their beaks, and as you got closer to the fence, they would try and, like, put the thing through the fence for you. But the second you put your fingers anywhere near them, they're gonna cut your fingers. So, like, these ones are naughty, and they're very clever. We watched a group of 3 or 4 of them try and open the gate for their enclosure. Thank God there was 2 gates, because they got the one gate open. And I was like, Jesus, they're gonna take over. Thank you for the hearts, Johnny. So yes, southern ground hornbill. There was a couple other hornbills as well. And the hug, thank you, Johnny. And the lurkies, thank you.
Happy birthday from all of us to you, and we wish it was our birthday, so we could party too.
That's so cute, man. I like his son's birthday message as well. That's always very sweet. Yeah, so anyway, these birds, very smart, very cheeky little fucks. Bless them. This was a trumpeter hornbill, which I don't remember seeing, but I know I did see a couple. Yellow-billed hornbill. And then this pretty boy, we saw a lot of this one, to be honest. There's one hide, and I can't remember... I can't remember which bird hide it's at. But there's one where we took the pictures of the fish eagles and the hammerkorp. This one as well. They're all over that one little part of the river. It's stunning. It's stunning because you just see them flying up and down. They'll like sit in the trees above the water and like dive down to get the fish. Also, not all kingfishers eat fish. Not all of them are fishermen. Some of them eat bugs. And I was like, well, my life is a lie now. It's so cute. They are. Kingfishers in general are very cute. This one is quite big, I think, compared to the other ones. The other one's a little bit bitty. So these guys are pretty easy to spot, even though they're just black and white. A lot of the smaller ones that we have are blue. There's one, I think it's called the Woodlands Kingfisher. And you see a lot of those. I think they eat bugs. Load shedding, you're struggling with panels. If you have any advice. Okay, Johnny, maybe pop me a message on Twitters if you have, because unfortunately I have a really short memory, Johnny. I'm gonna forget. But if you do want to ask, if you want to chat, just pop me a message. Why does Twitch not open links in new window? Wait, what? Did you break something? I should know by now, but here we are. Yeah, no, same. I make the same mistakes over and over again. There's, again, same guy. They look so teeny tiny here, but I promise they are quite big. Still on Insta? I am. I'm pretty bad with checking messages on Insta though, but you can pop me a message, Johnny. Oh, this is the Woodlands Kingfisher. I don't know what happened to this picture. It looks like someone put a weird filter over it, but in any case, this is the sound of the Kruger. If you hear a bird, okay, there will be lots of birds, but in particular this bird, in like all the grassy areas, this is the one that you'll find. And they're very easy to spot as well because they have like a bright, it looks red, but it's kind of like an orangish color beak and then blue. This one looks like it was doing a color run. Yeah, so this one's very blue, very easy to spot. But yes, then the black at the bottom, because there's another one that's got the same color top and bottom, the like reddish orange color. This one's got the black on the underside. So yes, very beautiful. This is a yellow-billed kite. We saw a lot of these as well. These guys are kind of everywhere. This was right next to the car. Unfortunately, Ray's dad's camera is set for like distance. So he had like the wrong lens and the wrong settings and everything was all fucked up. So it's a little bit blurry because of that. But he literally flew like right in front of the car. So yeah, that was actually pretty cool. Yeah, there's him landing on the... This was on the bridge we went over. And I think this was just before we saw the... We saw a massive pack of wild dogs. Thank you for the lucky Dreamy. This is a red-crested Korhan. He was very angry at us because we stopped the car next, like close to him, to get pictures. And he just started screaming. And then one of his friends was screaming as well, and we were like, okay, we'll leave you to do your thing. But yes, very loud, this one. Crown lapwing, these guys are kind of common. You'll find them outside of the Kruger. They just scream and make noise. They're a small, angry bird that lives in the grass and lays their eggs on the ground and screams at people who go near it, basically. That's lapwings in general. This one, I think, was a new one for me. White crowned lapwing. I think we spotted him like on a bank covered in crocodiles and he was just vibing on the other side. He was just doing his own thing. Not a single fuck was given by this bird. He was by himself as well. It's not like there was other birds. This was part of the night drive. So this is called a nightjar. The chat's covering just these little beaky beaks. There we go. But this was pretty cool because these guys are very small. They're like a little potato-sized bird. I'm not even joking. They're so teeny tiny. He was just chilling on the side of the road. It was kind of difficult to get pictures, I think, because of nighttime. But he managed. I don't know how. But yeah, they're very interesting little feathers that stick out. Like, wait, where's my mouse? There it is. Little feathers that stick out here, just in the front of his face. Beak so tiny. Yeah, he's just a tiny little potato of a bird, and he just sits there. I think you'll struggle to find them because they often sit in the ground like this, and because their colors, they just blend into the ground. So, but yeah, this is one of the cool things that we saw during our night drive. There he is, looking very disgruntled from the other side. The little potato. This is a square-tailed nightjar. These birds are hella cute. They can be. This one just looks fucking grumpy as hell. So we don't know what this was. It was some baby owl. Hey yo! Jargon! Thank you! A tier 3 sub for Hooded. Now you have even more emotes, Hooded. I don't remember which ones were the tier 3 ones. But thank you. Make sure to thank Jargon. So yes, this is either Vero or Giant Eagle Owl, but like a baby. I personally am not making these IDs. This is Ray's dad who went through and looked at all of them and was like, okay, well, it's probably this. I also do not recall, but they're all good. Yeah. I don't know if you would know, if Hooded would know which one. This is just a white-browed robin chat. They got very bright orange chests, and we get robin chats like in our gardens as well, but I think it's not like not all the whole body. I think it's just more the chest, but this thing is orange all the way down. It's the Waku. Oh, holy shit. That's so worth. Use that thing all the time. I use the Waku Waku all the time as well. For everything. It's my favorite emote. Oh, the Banhammer is tier 2. Nice. I see, I see. This is a common sandpiper. We saw this guy. This was in a... I think he was at Lake Panic, but I can't remember. Lake Panic is full of crocodiles and hippos. So the name works pretty well. Your remote panel is coming in good use. Oh shit, I forgot I even had that. Well, yeah, fuck. I didn't even think to look at that. Yeah, so this guy was just minding his own business with another sandpiper. The wood sandpiper. They were just running up and down the bank together. These two different birds. They look very similar, but their colors, obviously, what makes them look different. And then there was a tiny, teeny little bird with them, and I can't remember what it was now. This is Swainson's spurfowl. We also saw this guy on the side of the road quite often. He would very often sit, like, on a branch on the side of the road. Just, like, looking over. Bit of a nosy one. I think it's called a spurfowl because he's got these, like, fucking vicious-looking claws on the side. He's a papaya. This one? Does he look like a papaya? Papaya. Kinda. This angry ass looking bird. This is a greater blue-eared starling. The family was camping, and we, myself and Ray were in like a chalet, and this tree was just outside our chalet, and this hole over here where the bird's coming out of, it had babies in there. We could hear them peep, peep, peep every now and then. And yeah, so this, it would like stick its head out every now and then to like look at us. And then it would go fly off and go get food or whatever. He angry, he is. Tato, when the kids throw balls at her window, literally, quite literally, this is the face that those kids will see. Yeah, this picture looks a little bit like grainy. I don't know why. But the colors are stunning on this bird. It's got like iridescent feathers, so you can see like it's a little bit blue, a little bit green. I don't know what the actual color is because I don't think it looks quite so vivid in person, but yeah, Imagine this face coming over the wall. I'd never go outside again. I should just print it, laminate it, and then stick it on my back wall. But otherwise, actually, a very pretty bird. I think it's... So this part is like a different color. You can kind of see like it's much darker. I wonder what makes it the blue-eared one specifically. Is it the blue shade around here, or is this supposed to be like a blue color? I'm not too sure. But in any case, they're very, very pretty birds. There was two of them, obviously, like the mother and the dad. They were going in and out the entire time. Feeding the babies, cleaning up the poops, doing all sorts. It was quite cute. This guy, I spotted. This is a marabou stork. Yes, they are this ugly. Very simply. Norwegian blue? Bubble, please. Please be serious. Anyway, these guys are ugly as sin. That's basically all I can say about them. Out of all the storks we have, this is probably the ugliest one. Bless him though, he has his part in the grander scheme of things. Dinosaur looking? Yeah, definitely. Okay, Bubble's making a reference, but I don't get it. Ugly as sin, but yes, he has his role, he has his part. This bird is actually a very pretty bird, and I know that we definitely looked at pictures of it the last time I went to the Kruger. This is the saddle-billed stork. This was also too far away to get like a really clear picture, but these birds are very pretty. The colors are very stark. Let me just Google... They are very, very beautiful. The picture doesn't do quite the justice this bird deserves. But like, oh, I cropped it weirdly, didn't I? To not dox my father-in-law. But look at the colors. Like, they're mad shit. This is like one of my favorite birds to see at the Kruger because they're very easy to identify. Like, you can't make a mistake with these birds. Even like from a distance, you can see very clearly. They're stunning. Oh, why is that picture so small? It's such a nice picture too, but in any case, very easy to identify. The colors are insane. It's from Comedy Gods. I don't know what that is. I'm sorry, Bubble. Anyway, moving swiftly along. Yellow-billed stork. I guess not too bad to identify. This is how storks lay down, by the way. I don't know if you know this, but their knees, or yeah, I guess it's kind of their knees. Their knees bend backwards, and they lay down on them like that. Very fucking weird. Monty Python? I know Monty Python, but I don't know that one. This guy, so this was at, Sunset Dam. Okay, so there's other ones we didn't see at Lake Panic. They were at Sunset Dam. Lake Panic might be where we see the fish eagles, but I can't remember. Been a hot minute, as in like 30 years. You watched it 30 years ago? I don't think that was appropriate, time appropriate jargon, just gonna say. Not age appropriate. Anyway, it is bird, right? It is Sleepy Bird. This is the same guy, I think. He was just laying down. Maybe not? They look slightly different. It might have just been his friend, I'm not sure. This picture's stunning though. Fuck. The color is so bright. There was a lot of vultures as well. So there's a lot of vultures in the Kruger. And I can't tell the difference between them. But there's one kind of vulture that basically he doesn't fly with his own kind. He will instead be one by himself with a massive group of other vultures. But he's very easy to spot because I think his head is like a different color. I think it's like bright red. So these are two different vultures. This is the hooded vulture. And I think it's hooded. This is you. I think it's because he's got that like that fluff on the back of his head. This guy's fluffy basically all the way around. Yeah, look, this one. This is the white-backed vulture. This one's easy to see when his wings are out because he's got white on his back. But when his wings are folded, you can't actually see. And I was like, I was looking at a group of vultures and I was like, what the fuck? So I waited for them to flap their wings and then I saw. But their feathers, I think, are quite pretty. He looks like he's wearing one of those, like, feather boas. Very, very fashionable. Hooded's face when farming artifacts. Oh, here we go. So, apparently there's a different collective noun for vultures, depending on when you see them. In flight, they're a kettle. At rest, it's a committee. And when they're eating, it's awake. Because they're eating something dead. In any case, this guy over here, this is the one I was talking about before. Because his head is bright red, he sticks out. There's two different kinds of vultures here. I think this is the white-backed one. And then there was another kind. I can't tell you what it was. But this guy with the bright red head, he sticks out. Murder? Yeah, murder is for crows. So yeah, I don't know. Awake, a committee, or a kettle. I don't understand the kettle part. But yeah, supposedly the different vultures hang out together when they're chinchillin. This is just a wagtail. African pied wagtail. You like wake? It's funny? I thought so too. I think it's quite funny. You know, because they eat dead things. The baboons are a complete menace in this country. Baboons and vervet monkeys. Vervet monkeys are very cute though. But they're a menace. Baboons also very scary. Wake is kind of eerie. I mean, they are eating dead things. So, you know, open body kind of thing. It makes sense. Baboons, very scary. Very cheeky as well. The little babies are very cute. Very inquisitive. that's Jargon's emote. Because it's like a mod emote. Yeah, there was quite a few baboons. Look how teeny tiny. And the little fingers, the little fingernails. They're very cute when they're babies, but then they grow up and they look very scary, so... I don't remember where this was, but the baboons are quite bold. Like, they will... Ah! Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Hey, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Furious Kitty! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. How are you? How was your stream? Welcome, raiders. Hi, Stitch, Alfonso. I saw also Quajas here. Hello. And thank you guys for the follow. Oh my goodness, my chat is running away with me. Alfonso, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Let me look at my... and it was Stitch as well. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. And Neon Nichols, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. I hope you guys had fun with Furious Kitty. You were playing Hogwarts Legacy. How is it? And thank you, Alfonso, for the biddies as well. Very much appreciated. So many plushies. That's only some of them. Converse Fox! Hello? Did you come through with the raid? Welcome and thank you. Thank you for the gift subby. God damn. My brain is smooshy. Yes, I wanted to welcome all the raiders. For those of you who don't know me, if you're new here, my name is Nat or Tato, variety streamer from South Africa. We are currently looking at some pictures from when I went to the Kruger last year, December. The weather was stunning, so we went on a lot of game drives. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, I've been meaning to show people these pictures for ages, and I'm finally getting around to it. Currently, we're just looking at a picture of a baboon. However, I do play a lot of Genshin Impact, and that's what I'll be playing afterwards. But I play all kinds of things, to be honest. And sometimes I do VTuber things, because maybe I don't feel like showing my face, you know? But anyway, I also do cosplay, so if you guys want to check that out, I have Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, I have TikTok and YouTube, but they're a work in progress. But yeah. What kind of games do you guys like to play? For all the new peoples here, what kinds of games do you play? Do any of you play Genshin Impact? You just came back from Longabon? I've never been there. But it's close-ish to Cape Town, right? I grew up in Port Elizabeth. I did my schooling in Pretoria, and I'm currently living in Johannesburg. But I'll be moving to Cape Town in a few months. So I'm very excited for that. You play Bratz? What do you do in Bratz? You got platinum on PS4? Damn! So you played a lot? 2.5 hours from the city? Ah. Well, I'm sure I'll go there at some point. Once we move, I'm sure we'll have a look at and see what we can do, because we love going out. Ah, where Bobbyan? Peggy, we're just looking at pictures from the Kruger now. This little baboon was very cute though. But there was a less cute one here. This is what they grow up to look like. Roller skating? And you dress them up. Very nice. So you play Genshin Impact, and it makes you mad, and then you go and play Bratz just to like calm down, to de-stress, to bring yourself down. Stardew Valley, Unpacking, Apex, COD, and Minecraft. That is a very diverse list, Stitch. I'm not one for like pew pew games. I'm very bad at pew pew games. Everyone, this fact is known. I'm terrible with shooting games. But Stardew Valley, Minecraft, yes. Unpacking, I wanted to play. I just haven't gotten around to it. I think I don't have it yet, but maybe next Steam sale. But yes, this little baboon was very cute. They're so cute when they're babies, and then they grow up and they're scary. Ah. These are still babies, so they're fine. You're a diverse person. You can tell by what I do for a living. What do you do for a living, Stitch? Okay, we saw buffaloes a few times, but it was always like they were walking away from us. They were hiding behind a bush. These guys were just fast asleep on the riverbank. They were just fucking straight up vibing. And there was just a small group of them. There was some wandering in the background, but they were just doing their own thing. You're a teacher, you write fan fiction, and you do modeling? Oh, very nice. I used to be a teacher. I'm not a writer, though. And I don't do modeling, but I guess my cosplay pictures in a way is kind of like modeling. Just modeling the thing that I made. The makeup that I did and the hair that I styled. Yeah, so we didn't see the buffalo that close, but, you know, I think they were at an okay distance, you know, that you want to be from a buffalo. These guys are fucking massive. A little bit scary, but also cute, because they're just like big, angry-looking cows. You're a teacher, you read fan fiction, and you do nothing. No, Puggy, you sleep. And you eat tasty food. I'm like a modeling clay. Cause you're hot. Are you all like a soft and squishy bubble? Cause yeah, it's fucking warm today. Goddamn. Buy my Comic-Con Cape Town ticket this weekend. Super excited. Oh man, is it your first Comic-Con? I'm so sad. I'm moving to Cape Town the month afterwards. So it's in April. I'm only moving down at the end of May, and I'm just like, no! That's fine. I will go to the next one, hopefully. I'll have to come up to Johannesburg for the Johannesburg one in September, but, you know. It's gonna be your first Comic-Con. You're going with your fiance and your best friend. Nice! You guys must enjoy. If you can, take like a bottle of water with you or something, if the venue allows it. Because that shit can get hot. Had to rush to get ready for gym. No worries, no worries. Furious Kitty, thank you again so much for the raid. Enjoy gym! Do some extra reps for me. Whatever you do at gym. I don't gym. I don't know if you can tell. But do them for me. Okay. This is just a diker, but the guy was missing one horn. He only had one. But they also have this like little tuft of hair in between. It was very funny. Crocodile. But there's a scary picture of the crocodile. This man's is walking. I didn't know crocodiles could lift that high. His suspension went up, man. Normally, we used to see the crocodiles with the drop suspension. What is this? This thing wouldn't even have to kill me. I would drop dead on the second that I see him. I would just drop dead and die. I'd be like, no, I'm done. It's a unicorn? Yeah. Have you seen how they swim? I have seen some. You'd think they swim like this, but I've seen some where they just like, their head is sticking up and they just move along like this. He your size? This one? I think this would be bigger than me. I can't remember now. We had one sitting right next to the car. Fucking large. But he was just basking. He was minding his own business. You can see...
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Manic. I just want to turn off my camera for a second so you can see his teeth. But some of the teeth, like here, this one, this one, this one, this one, they're all very clean looking compared to the rest. This one's also relatively clean. Like, a lot of them are like very dark, yellowy, orangey colors. I think crocodiles just grow new teeth, right? The new one will just pop out when there's a vacancy. So that's why his teeth are like different colors. Was that a short joke? Wow. That went over my head. Thanks, Joggin. Half scale check. Sharks grow new teeth? Theirs get cleaned? Oh, really? That's a shame. I saw a picture of a crocodile with no teeth. What the fuck? I don't care if it's not VTube, I still give head pats. Thank you, Yaku. I didn't hear it though, because it doesn't make the sound. Sharks don't have bones. They got cartilage. Anyway, this guy was minding his own business. He was just fucking chilling. And this was right next to the car as well. If we had opened the door, it was just a couple steps to the crocodile. This guy was fucking large though. Not the walkie boy. Go back. This one. This was a smaller boy. This was a large boy. Facebook, you're harshing my mellow, bro. There's... Oh, it was Lake Panic. So remember I was telling you guys about the pied kingfish earlier? It's at Lake Panic. The one hide where we saw the hammercorp and the fish eagle as well. Fucking Facebook, man. Elephants, in case any of you can't identify this large animal. There was an itty bitty baby. We actually saw a lot of babies. We saw a lot of teeny tiny babies. But obviously the mamas were very protective. Did you get to eat croc meat at the Kruger? No, but I've eaten it before. I've just had it at carnivals. Or carnivore. I think it's carnivore. I've had crocodile several times. It's interesting. I wouldn't say it's my favorite thing to eat. But it's not bad. Very funny to have something called Lake Panic. It's like my favorite thing. Because when I first heard about it, I was like, you all did not name this thing Lake Panic. Please be serious. This is a dwarf mongoose. We saw them a lot better the last time we were here. But they were not cooperating. So I have a picture of the back of the mongoose. More elephant. Yeah, we saw quite a lot of elephants actually. I think this might have been the group that had the teeny tiny baby. They were on a mission though. They were on their way. So our car... how do I explain? we were just a few meters away from this elephant. And Ray's dad was like, just busy taking pictures, like having a grand time. And Ray, because Ray has a soft top convertible, he was like, oh hell no! And he was getting annoyed because he just wanted to drive. So he eventually just like went around just to get away from the... Because it's a bit dangerous to be around the mamas when there's a teeny tiny baby. But he eventually moved out of the way. Like, he didn't stay in the way of the elephants, but he wants to get a good picture. And they were coming up. This one I don't remember. Was this just the one on the side of the road? I think they just kept walking very close to us, and we had to keep reversing, but the people behind us stopped reversing, and we're like, do you want us to die? What's the plan here? It tastes like chicken. Kind of, yeah. Its texture is kind of like fish, but the taste is a bit like chicken. There's Lake Titicaca between Bolivia and Peru. Well, Bubble, we're in South Africa, so you know. This is during the night drive. I don't know if there's more pictures of this guy, but he just had the one horn or the one tusk. You are? Yeah. I don't understand it. Like, obviously you guys know I'm from South Africa, but like, some people will come in here and be surprised that I'm from South Africa, and I'm like, where do you think I'm from? Where could I possibly be from if not South Africa? More elephants. This was a giant snail, okay? This picture is very misleading because there's absolutely nothing in this picture to give scale. This Oki, I'm not even joking, like this big. They're huge. And he was just chilling on the road, minding his own business. Giant snail. It looks like just a snail, but it was a big old motherfucker. I don't like snails. They're kind of gross. Giraffe. There were a lot of giraffes. What is this music? There were a lot of giraffes. I don't think we really took that many pictures of them just because they were everywhere. But there was one that we saw that was very light in color. I don't know if we got a picture of him though. You're telling me you're not from America? No. Self-drive parks give me anxiety. People don't understand animals sometimes and it's so dangerous. Yeah. Oh man, it was so annoying. So like, imagine for a moment, there's a road here. The elephant was coming up the road. There was a car parked here. And then there was a car in front of them. And then there was us. And then on the other side of the road, there was another 2 cars. They kept reversing back on this side. Obviously to get away from the elephant. And the car right at the back on our side just refused to move. So the person who was in front of them and behind us had to turn into the other lane while reversing to get away from the elephant. And we were trying to do that as well, but this other person just wouldn't move out the way, and everyone was just reversing. And this asshole sitting there with their fucking phone cameras, okay? Normally, I don't give a single fuck. Take your pictures on your phone when you go to the Kruger, whatever, but you don't endanger someone's life for a fucking phone picture. Piss right off. Take your phone and go. Go to the zoo and take pictures if you want to take pictures. Anyway, they were very irritating. It was very, very irritating because it's very dangerous when it's like... It wasn't a closed off road, but basically there wasn't any space for the elephant to go on either side of the road. He basically had to go up the road. So we were in his way, but we had nowhere to go because everyone parked like complete assholes. And then on the other side of the elephant, on the far side, the road was like packed full of cars as well. On TikTok the next day, lol, I got trampled by an elephant. Exactly. Did you see that video of the person who's sitting in their car? And they like wind up their window, but the lion bites the door handle and the door's not locked, so the lion opens the door. Is that Melman? Where is Gloria? I mean, we saw lots of Gloria swimming. These guys aren't really good swimmers. They're kind of just vibing in the bush here. During my course, we literally were trained to understand animal behavior and warning signs. These people just think these animals are just like attractions. It's just a thing to take a picture of. It's fucking terrifying. And the elephant, we think it was a male, but like flapping ears, if an elephant is flapping his ears, he's either hot or he's telling you to get the fuck out of the way. But I think one of our guides told us, if you stay like 2 or 3 meters away, generally the elephants just won't pay attention to you. Like they actually just don't care about you. But if you get too close, they like will be able to see you, like see the people in the car, and they may get a bit annoyed. But when they just see a car, they just like, oh, whatever. But when they get very close, when they get close enough to see you clearly, then they're just like, what the fuck? So you need to give them quite a bit of space. But yeah, some people drive like complete assholes in the Kruger. Look at these fluffy little nubs. There was one giraffe that I think only had one of his horns. Too close or between the herd. Listen, if you somehow manage to get between a herd, just pray, because there's nothing else you're gonna do in that situation. Heaven fucking help you. That would make me so scared. It's not so bad if you like come up behind them, or if you're in front of them, then you can at least still scoot away. But if you're stuck in the middle of them, you're fucked. You can't move. Because the second you move or make a noise, they're gonna be like, the fuck is that? No thank you. There was a lot of giraffes. We saw quite a lot. Guys, okay, so this was on the night drive. This was cute as fuck. This is a little hyena. There was a group of them. I don't know what they were doing. I can't remember now. But there was just a little group of hyenas like skittering in the background. This guy came up to the truck and was just like standing, like staring at us. It was so cute. Look how small. These guys will rip you to shreds though. They are very ferocious little animals, very scary. Hello, motherfucker. Hyenas, they look cute. They look like puppies. You wanna hug them? No, they're very scary. Do not approach. You got dinner now, Stitch? Enjoy. Spotted hyenas, scary as fuck, yeah. They look cute, but goddamn, it will murder you without a second thought. There is murder in those eyes. Very simply, there is murder. They're very cute though. Little babies. Look at the little babies. Oh, looks like a puppy. It's not a puppy. They're cute though. Did they laugh? Yes. Scar's lackeys? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so this was also part of the night drive. This might have been one of the very few sightings of wildebeest that we saw. I don't know why. They were so sparse. They were very, very sparse. We didn't see a lot of them. There's a 3-eyed something over here. And of course, impala, you know, just to ruin the pictures. This is a kudu. They taste amazing. What the fuck? What? They're normally everywhere? Yeah. I mean, Peggy, I didn't even see lions. There's pictures of lions in here, but it was the one drive that I didn't go on over the 5 days. We did like 2 drives a day, basically. We'd go for like an early morning one, and then one later in the day. When you went to Kruger? Oh, it was December last year. But yeah, we didn't really see a lot of wildebeest. Is his name Biltong? Yeah. Kudus are very tasty. How you doing, Toto? So yeah, these guys, very pretty. There's a female, so there's the boy, and there's the girl. Very pretty. We saw quite a lot of kudu actually, but a lot of the time they were sleeping. I don't know if it was like early in the morning, or it might have been in the afternoon when it was hot. Well, I say hot. I was wearing jeans for half of the days because it was cold, so, you know, it was very weird weather when we went. I'm doing good, Toto! But yes, they're very pretty. I love their ears. They have big old flappy ears, and they got, I don't know if these are oxpeckers. I'm gonna say they're oxpeckers, even though that's not an ox. They're just little birds that eat the chokos on them. Leopard! This was on the first day, I think, we saw the leopard. We saw leopards, I'm not even joking, I think every day. At the very, very least, we saw them at least 4 days. And we even saw one at night. But I didn't see a single lion. And I think the only wildebeest I saw was the one at night. I don't know where they were all hiding. There was just too many impala. The impala are taking over. This guy looks like he's taking a shit. This is the face a cat makes when it's taking a shit. And you look at it. Did you spot Marty? They were Marty's, yeah. Fucking done with your shit. Oh, this one was right next to the car. This one was literally, we had to close the windows because Ray's parents were like, close the windows, close the windows. And I think Ray was also being like, close the windows, close the windows. But this was very close. And these pictures are my favorites. Because look at that, guys. This is so stunning. Ugh, okay, that's the nighttime one. But like, whoa! And they also identify leopards by they call it the necklace. So I don't know which spots exactly are included in the necklace, but they can identify the leopards based on the spots just around their neck. 200? No, everyone has their windows open. You're allowed to have your windows open, but you have to be careful, obviously. If you get close to animals, you just close them. You would also want the windows closed. The thing is, like, so Ray's dad was just trying to get, like, a really good shot. Because the leopard was right there. Right next to the car. In fact, this guy was looking up into the car that was in front of us. I don't know what they were doing. But this leopard was interested in it all the same. So, yeah. There's a... Oh, man, I don't know where the picture is. There's a picture that Ray's sister took. Where, as she took the picture, whoever was sitting by the window was winding up the window. So there's like a bit of the window in the bottom of the picture. It's quite funny. But these are my favorite shots of the leopard. He's just like looking up into the car. This was the leopard on the night drive. This guy was just walking along the road with us. I think he was marking his territory as he went along. But he was just straight up vibing. He was having the time of his life. He was so relaxed. I think eventually he laid down to like go to sleep or whatever. Because he was either over us or he was just done with his business. There you can see his Cheeto Puffs. But yeah, so he was just doing his thing, walking around. But so pretty. It's so weird to like see them in person instead of just like in a picture. This is a big meow meow though. We saw, like I said, we saw these guys almost every day. It was insane. Here, this was the only lion sighting we had in 5 days. There was just a couple lions walking in the road. I didn't see them. But this was, I think, Ray's parents. And... No, this wasn't in the morning. This was an evening... I think this was later in the day. We were so tired. So we were like, nah, we'll skip. And then they went and saw lions without us. How dare they? This is a steenbok. They is very small. Very cute. You put too much wasabi on your sushi. Oh no! This is also steenbok. Teeny tiny little babies. Very cute though. The horns look a bit scary, but I don't know if they'd ever really use them for anything. I love their little ears as well. Little floofy boys. Fucking massive eyes. And eyelashes for days as well. And then the pork sausages! Thanks, Hooded. So... What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, Hooded. Yeah, we saw a lot of warthogs actually. We saw a lot of babies specifically. I think we just went at the right time of the year because we saw a lot of babies of everything. Baby elephants. I think we saw baby buffalo. There was a couple like younger looking zebra. We didn't see any lion cubs. We saw what looked like young wild dogs as well, because there was just like a group of small babies playing together. It was very cute. Where is Timon? There is no Timon here. There's a muddy pig. A waterbuck. You can tell he's a waterbuck because he's got a target on his bum. You see that little white thing? It actually makes like a white ring around his bum. Where is Timon? So I don't think there's meerkat in the Kruger. I could be wrong. Here's the rhinos. Their horns, I think, get filed down. I don't think they got cut off. Warthogs are mean bastards. They definitely can be. Oh, here's one of the groups of wild dogs. There's the big mama. So we'll see them. There's pictures of them just now crossing a river. And you can see that this one swims at the front. So this is clearly the leader. But I think these were the babies. These were the smaller ones. And they were basically just fucking around. There was a massive group. There was like 20 plus of them. And the little babies were just playing. It gets filed to prevent poaching. Yeah. These little babies. Just chilling. Yeah, so this is some of them. And some of them ran off. And then came back later. And then they all ran off together. Pea squiddies! Thank you for the confettis. I'm talking a lot. They look so exotic. But they're from our country, Toto. They're from here. You almost smacked the onigiri? I mean, you can. You're wasting your own points, though. There's more wild doggies. They're so pretty, though. If you want bluff, yeah? Are you practicing, Aura? But yes, I love them because they have these fucking massive satellite dish ears. Like me, I also have satellite dish on the side of my head. And their little tails as well, because they've all got white at the end of their tails. I've seen people who have like completely black cats, but at the end of the tail, there'll just be a little white bit. Oh, I think it's so cute, man. But yes, also very pretty. I know in America, maybe some other places as well, they call them painted dogs to avoid confusing people. Because when you say wild dog, they think they mean like a domesticated dog that is wild. But no, these are African wild dogs, or African hunting dogs, I think is one of their other names. But this is when they started disappearing. They were running off. And here they are wanting to cross the river. So there was a lot of them. I don't know if this is all of them. There was a lot of them in the group. And they would run back and forth. So we were on the bridge. And they were running back and forth trying to see like where's the best place to cross. They eventually get into the water. And as I mentioned before, the one with the collar is the leader. So I think it's a female who was leading everyone across the river. And all the puppies had to jump in and they were swimming together. It was very cute. They crawled up a bank over here. There was a bunch of branches. And then I don't know if there's more pictures. No, that's the end. There's another picture somewhere where they run across. Like we end up like once they went into the bushes here, we were like, okay, we can't see anymore. We drove, and as we got to the stop street about to turn away, we watched them run just on the other side. It was actually pretty cool. You want to take one and cuddle it? Will it kill me? Yes. Will it be worth it? Maybe. Maybe. What camera were you using? So it's not my pictures, so I'm actually not sure what camera was being used. It is my father-in-law's camera. They go birding a lot, so they come to the Kruger all the time. So he was taking the pictures. Night swim? So this was during the day. This is definitely not a night swim. But yeah, unfortunately, that's all the pictures. We did go through a lot. It's also been an hour, so, you know. We've been looking at all the things. Alright. Oh, my creaky body. Let's play Genshin. Let's get some Genshin rolling. And close this. We'll leave the music for now while Genshin loads up. Yeah, no worries, Toto. Oh yeah, I don't know why recently it's been sharing the the launch screen as well. Bone noises? Why? Did my bones make noise again? I'm sorry. You love the little book? I think you like the Stien book. The Stien book is very cute. Very small. Stien book. They were... we saw quite a few Stien book actually. Is it not... Genshin, please? Give me peace, man. Can y'all hear it? Because I can hear it. Liz! There we go. Anyway. He's got a really nice lens. He does. So, because he's a birder, because he does it quite often. Thank you, Jargon. Because he does it quite often, he has, like, stuff for taking pictures of things far away. So yeah. He's got a really good lens. And he takes really nice pictures. Whenever I go birding with him, it's a lot of fun. I just try not to point out the pigeons too often. Alrighty then, Project Baby. What the fuck? A bird nerd. Yeah. Both of his parents are bird nerds, and I go birding with them sometimes. I'm gonna be very sad when I go to Cape Town and I have no one to go birding with, but you know, it's okay. Really beautiful stuff. Yeah. No, the animals here, like, obviously the rest of the world's got really crazy stuff as well. But just our birds alone, I think we have some really amazing birds here in South Africa. We don't even live in like a tropical rainforest, and we have brightly colored birds. Stunning. Anyway, it's Genshin time, guys. What are we doing? I'm not capped, but I can go do whatever I want. Oh wait, I need to do this. Oh. I need to do the event. Because the last one unlocked, I think, today. Or yesterday. I don't know. Watching Hardy Dolls must be fun? No ways. Bin chickens? No thank you. It's in the forest, right? There it is. Oh wait, I can teleport to it. Ah! I don't know what to do here, man. I basically only get hardy dars. I get hardy dars and Indian miners in my garden. I think they chase all the other birds away. We sometimes get sparrows, but the miners do chase them. We get a lot of hardy dars. So. Anyway, I don't know what to do with this, man. Oh, it kept my teams? Okay. Perfect. Wait, I didn't use my Yao Yao? Weird. It's squishable. Have you seen? I think it's... Is it porcupines? I think porcupines also have like a very squishy... Maybe it's not a porcupine. It's some kind of like a... spiny boy. I'm trying to think what it was now, but they have like a not the porcupines we have in South Africa, but there's like a different one. They have like big squishy piggy noses. You spent an entire afternoon just picking teams for this. Was it difficult? Because I have no idea what to take. Like, we don't have a lot of things. Does it get consumed? Yeah, you can't use it on multiple teams. I'm just winging it. Yeah, this is fine.
Excuse me.
Ned's Cupcakes? Did I read that correctly? Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome to the posse. Mental imagery. Only did that with the last one? Really? Fuck, I don't know what to do, man. I was just like, fuck it, we're going all the aggravate hyperbloom nonsense, complete nonsense. I don't even know how to use this boy. Whoops. Oh, okay. I said it right? Okay, perfect. And this guy? Oh. What? Did I miss something? You said the difficulty to the easy? Did I? I don't want easy. I was like, why is this so boring? I didn't even have a chance to go through all the characters. If you have geared characters, it doesn't matter much. Oh. Well, how do you set the difficulty? Was it like a setting at the bottom that I missed? Oh, there's the multiplier. Okay, that makes more sense then. I was like, nah, bro, that was so weird. It felt like a tutorial. It was like, this is how you play this mode. And I was like, okay. Yeah, fuck it. Hi, guys. That is not what I wanted to do. I'm having issues with my mouse lately. Where it's, oh. It's not, the one button is not working very well. Yugwe, where's heals, man? Was it too far? Damn it. That was weak sauce. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, Stitch. Thank you for the luckies. Enjoy your games. Yeah, I don't know how to use this boy, but it's okay. Could be worse, right? Oh! Okay. My balls are scuffed, but it's okay. Bro! Oh! Very not what I intended to do, but it's fine, I did it anyway. Yeah, I'm having issues with the one key, I don't know why. Yoda! Hello, hello! Come here! Pop! Pop, 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 pop! Not the pop, pop, pops I was hoping for. I guess we didn't have too much of a reaction going on. Boop! We do this one instead then. I, for a brief second, considered going for Yelan, but then I was like, no. What if Shinha comes out at the same time as Baiju? Then I'm gonna big regretty. So I was like, no, let's not. Ugh. thought the same, but also realized we have Fontaine coming. Yeah. Shenna has to come out. It's been almost a year. No, it's been over a year now, Aura. It's been over a year. She came out in the beginning of... Wasn't it the beginning of January? You can go look for her release date, but yeah. She won't be coming out anytime soon. Apparently, it's looking more like... We only need 8,000 points? What the... Eh? Why? Hey, Puppety. Not all the South Africans saying Poloni. The bar on these is so low. I can see that. Why did I bother? Why did I even look? They doing her dirty? Truly they are. Truly. Oh, we got Lantern Ride gifts. Nice. Yellen tends to fill in the slot of Xingqiu. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't really use him much. I just want her because she... got them jiggle physics, yo. She was whispering sweet nothings. I have to remake team... Oh my god, it's a different... Oh! Darkness! I must make a new team for each one? Do you know who they're doing dirty? They're doing me dirty. That I must make teams for each one. Ha! You're right back. Ha! For each one, I must make a team. Sorry guys, I don't want to flash my ass. Which is why I turned off my camera for a second. For each one! Hey, yo! What the? Just say you hate us, man.
Oh. This is fun.
You don't know what game to play? Oi. How you doing, Puppety? There will be other dummy fics in the future? Yeah, but... she's the armpit queen. Are there gonna be more armpit queens? I am stunned. I am in disbelief right now. I am shocked and appalled. But obviously Kokomi-chan has to be the queen. The queen bee. How? How are they gonna make it? Bunch of assholes. Actual bunch of assholes. I don't know how to use Venti, but we're gonna fucking do it anyway, aren't we? Shangling. Sweet baby. Itty bitty baby. Freeze. And this one. Fuck it. I don't even know if my Hazel's got anything on him. No, we're gonna go Sucrose actually. We're actually gonna take her off there and put her there. And then have Yanfe in the last slot. There we go. Venti, push Q, change the next character. 10 out of 10. Doing great. Wifey made prawn tacos. Very nice. I can't have prawns because Ray is allergic to shellfish. Rather shellfish of him to be allergic to them, to be honest. Because now I can't have any. But you know. I'll live, I guess. Without shellfish. Also, I rearranged my babies today. I also put up my rainbow testicles. Can you guys see them in the background? Let's, There we go. There's my rainbow testicles. These are from last year. Here's my other testicles. My purple ones. But, yeah. And I rearranged the babies as well, so I've put the Mimikyus here now. And the Eevees there. Because the Mimikyus need more headroom than the Eevees. So they've been rearranged. Rainbow balls, yeah. Because it's balloons, but they're very deflated, so they just look like balls. Hi, Yoda! You want rainbow testicles, Yoda? We can arrange. Just get someone to hit you really hard. You might see stars, but you know. So many cute babies! All the cute babies! I love them. Okay, let's give some woofs. Okay, so we've got Pyro on this team is a must. This one, oh shit. This one, Cryo, is a must. And this one, I made this one for swirlies. Okay, what else do we have? What buffs? We got EM, Animo damage. Not very useful. Attack and crit. Alright, so Ayaya's crit is fine. We can increase her attack though. So you can have that one. I kind of want the EM here. Hello? Oh, Papa T!
Papa_T_08 screamed. 29 biddies.
Thank you! And they're the little rainbow unicorns as well. Thank you for the biddies, Papa T. Sorry, I'm eating a sweetie. Thank you, thank you. Just go Unga Bunga and collect all the rewards. That's also true, Hooded. Because it doesn't matter. None of this matters. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, whatever. Let's go. I'm gonna Unga Bunga, like you said. And it's gonna make no difference because I only need 8k points. So it is what it is, you know. Wait, did I change the difficulty? Whoa! Oof. Okay, she doesn't have her thing up. Did someone order an Unga Bungas? And this little Oki? Actually just minding its business, and I'm just like, nope, absolutely not. I like these events. You can see what nonsense artifacts Hoyo gave to their characters. Oh yeah? Prototype Amber. I also realized if you ever play Kokomi in co-op, Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers. Oh yeah, double music. I forgot to switch it off. Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers ain't gonna do shit for the buff. Because you can't swap off of your Kokomi. And even if you switch off your Kokomi, you're only buffing whichever other character you're using. And I was like, I don't use Thrilling Tales on her anyway, but This is my Kokomi anyway, so, you know. This is my Rosaria. This is a trial character though. Your man's got the stringless. No, Bubble, I know. I was talking about Kokomi though. And using her in co-op. Rukamaru, you missed the 50-50 Hojao, you got Jean? No! I'm sorry. You'll have to get him next time. I'm not changing weapons for y'all. Yeah, but Prototype Amber's got HP. What's your point? What is your point? I'm joking. Oh, am I? Dun dun dun! Is this the hard one? Ooh. Mama B asking what you're eating. I'm eating toffees. Ray came into the room earlier. Wow, thanks, guy. Ray came into the room earlier with a handful of toffees, and he just drops them on my desk. And I'm like, those are not gonna last very long. Yeah, I'm like eating the last of it. So, yeah. They're little toffees, but they're like coffee flavored. I can't even see what's going on here. Okay, not gonna lie though, Venti's pretty nice for CC. Not gonna lie. Maybe I'll get him one day. Y'all just gonna ignore the wind tunnel there, that's fine. No, she wants... Oops. They're so nice though. I don't know what they're called. But they're these little coffee... Like literally coffee flavored toffees. Oh man. They're so good. Sorry, Property. Didn't she make a really tasty dinner? Does she not deserve to have coffee toffees? I think she does. Oh, that was a mistake. That was a oopsie. I'm playing this so badly. Anyway, I have one left. The handful of toffees did not last very long. Your Twitch keeps giving up on life today. It crashes, lags, and crashes your phone. Oof. Mobile Twitch is normally... Ugh. I can't stand mobile Twitch, I'm not gonna lie. It's a pain to use, and the delay is insane. If I grind out Primos... Is his banner still up? I actually have no idea. You're going to... Oh, you're going to McDee's for ice cream? You must... If she gets the McFlurry, tell her to get the passion fruit McFlurry. I don't know if she likes passion fruit, but it's my favorite. If I get anything sweet from McDonald's these days, because it's so hot, it's always the passion fruit. The passion fruit McFlurry is so fucking good. Your Ayaka has 1.1k defense. Aura, why? Blizzard domain is pain? It is, yeah. You gonna have s'mores? Ooh. I'm trying to think. We had maybe last year? 24 hours? I see. Well, I won't be. I'm not pulling for him. Oh yeah, I forgot. I got a really nice weapon. I hate these guys. They're so annoying. Because they're like little balloons. So they need to pop before they're like properly dead. Hi, Dan.
骤进，赤，骤进，别担心，悠悠，西弗里测试，好，嘿呀，嘿，
Woo. Oh my god. Bro, you wanna relax? And it's the last one as well. Yeah, go pop. Go pop.
确认安全。
He ran up to me to pop. Unbelievable.
Papa underscore T underscore 8 screamed. 13 biddies. Enjoy the rest of your stream at Natato underscore potato.
Oh, thank you so much, Papa T. You guys must enjoy McDonald's. And I don't know if Mama B heard me, but the passion fruit McFlurry, guys, it's so good. It's so good. I can understand like if you want a classic, but oh, I big recommend it. It's very tasty. Also, Joggin's got to go have a meeting now. Rip. You're trying to get 200 crit damage. At the same time, you got 20% defense roll. Oh, man. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Hi, Hassan. Hello, hello. How are you doing? How was your day? What did you end up getting up to? Did you play any Genshin? Were you disappointing your mother again and you're playing League of Legends? I can't believe they make us change teams every time. Fuck's sakes. Okay, let's see. Electro, Hydro, Pyro. What is this? Was that line always there? Neighbor. Oh, what the heck? Okay, interesting. Don't question it, guys. It's okay. This is a-okay. Everything going on here is fine. Oh, we didn't have anything with Pyro. Should we add a little cluster fuck into the mix here? No, not this team. Let's Sucrose back. We can throw Shungling in here. She can cause fucking chaos. It's okay. You made a voice chat and you invited all friends. You did one league commission and then you stopped. Okay, that's something. Mans was playing League. Yeah. He definitely did play League, but apparently it wasn't for long. Let's see. No. On this one, let's put the Hydro. Electro. Oh! Oh, Genshin! The addiction is too strong, Hassan. The addiction is clearly too strong. You got issues, man. You got issues. Alright. Paimon, the best travel companion ever? Debatable. Mihoyo, debatable. There is no escape. Truly. Oh! There's a big boy.
枝叶换线，
Oh, I was trying to switch to Nahida, but my 6 key was not working again.
与你分享，手牵手。忠诚，师傅，你很疼。
Get him, girly!
收。休养生息，一只鸭，渴求幼叶。全都看见了。自己智慧之。
Hmm.
眼神无痕，
Oof. I definitely should have, Oops, oops! Tokomi-chan.
来我家做客吧，牵手。
枝叶换线，
丝线交织。不必心急，
Ow.
真有胆量。
Beach. But wait, there's more? Oh, man. Whoa!
一如小姐所愿。
自己智慧之殿堂，眼神无痕。你很疼。休养生息，
Ow.
是难缠。
枝叶换线，
Ugh, that was a weird one. I was not a fan of this quest-like thingy. It just seemed like a weird one to me. The event? Yeah, listen, I'm playing very badly, but it's okay. It is a-okay.
开锅了，开锅了！丝线交织，抓到！微光无射，
This is quite an odd one.
帮帮忙！中场收边。不灭，断绝。无处遁逃。休养生，失策。眼神无痕。
Oh, that was a mistake.
道光，
This is
意识永恒。微光无射。
You wanna come down, bro?
别担心，收。
Oh, this is the last one.
检查下。
You still did it though, because you know costume? Of course, of course. I do all the events. There's only one event that I don't care for and will not make any kind of effort in. Very simply.
手牵手。
And it's no secret.
超扩散态，确认安全距离。6308是风的。不怕不怕。
Get him, yow yow! Nothing sparks more joy
奥影看破。
than the bunny clusterfuck that Yao Yao brings to this game. Just watching her throw out hordes of little bunnies. Amazing. 10 out of 10.
无相之风，拟造，确认安全距离。6308是风单元。道光，意识永恒。奥影看破。
Spiral Abyss event? No, that doesn't count. That's not an event. That's something that is persistent. I do the Spiral Abyss. I don't care for it, but I do it. You hate Windtrace, but gems are gems? That is the event I was talking about, Aura. I cannot stand Windtrace. They could completely remove it from the game and I would be unaffected. I wouldn't be sad. For a second. Not even for a second. I'd be like, oh no. Anyway. Moving swiftly along. Why they didn't give us Angry Boy? The fuck is this? I don't mind Spiral Abyss until it started making me use 2 teams. I mean... That's the part that's going to keep resetting, though. The one where you have to use the 2 teams, so... What's Windtrace? It's that hide-and-seek game. Ugh. Okay, what have we got? Cryo and Animo, basically. Okay. Okay. What is her constellation, though? That's gonna make a very big difference, depending on what her constellation is. You go AFK and go on your phone, because hello, I know about that. First that was fun. Let it die. Yeah, the last time I did Windtrace, I was watching a K-drama, so I had Genshin up on my one screen and then I was watching on the other. If I was the hunter, I would sit and chat to the rebels, and if I was one of the rebels, I would go sit up a tree as Sayu and AFK until the match was over. Never seen it, never played it, guess I'll never even look. I mean, it's definitely gonna come back, to be fair, so, you know. You will perhaps see it at some point. Where's my double whammy of a team? I love this team. It's like one of my favorites. I don't like this one here. Oh, we don't have a healer there, actually. Chan. Actually, let's bring Coco. And in this team we can have... I'm going the opposite direction that I normally like building my teams, but it's okay. Oh wait, I don't want to have... Oh man, this is so annoying. Okay. Kazuha! No, 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 no. Not this one. This one. This one. Actual clusterfuck. Whatever is going on over here. This one. This one. This one. Big damage. Yeah, I think that's fine. Doesn't really matter. You are meeting free for the rest of the day, or... You can go full Geo Unga Bunga. You ain't doing fuck all for the rest of the day? Wait, really? Is your work day like over? Also, guys, I forgot to mention earlier, but it's my... On Saturday, we'll be doing a 12-hour stream because finally the load shedding has let up. Oh, I forgot to use my skill. It's okay. Alright, I put the plunging damage on him. Zhao never fails to amuse. Ah, I forgot to use my fucking skill again, bro. Oh, this guy's gonna die. Never mind. Bye! Why you gotta jinx it? Jinx what? You're doing testing for the rest of the day? Nice! Ray has something similar where it's like stuff that he can't actually do anything else. So he has to like perform like scans and stuff, but he can't actually do anything while he has to do that. So it makes him busy for the rest of the day, unless you're not actually doing tests. Oh, it's a spicy guy. Fuck you, buddy. I just want this guy to die so the next group spawns in. There we go. Please stay in the circle, you nasty woman. Why you gotta jinx it? Jinx what? I literally need to tell people what my plans are. What do you mean? No, she's too good to join us in here? I mean, that's fine. There's Shiom Density for this woman. Where energy though? Oh my god. Teleported away! Your whole job is testing, but you've been feature testing for 3 days, so I'm phoning in this half day. That's fair enough. Is it boring work? The testing part, I mean. Or is it just like repetitive, maybe? Oh! I really need to change my keys. This is giving me a headache. It's only my 6th key. For some reason, it doesn't switch as nicely. So it means whoever sits on my last slot, very often my healer, they just don't get any action. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Not that oak standing in the background. Oh, okay, cool. We're attacking him now. This is fine. Oh no. Oh, Kazuha, please. It's fine. Let them sweat each other to death. And this guy. Some of it can be. You work on automation to automate the boring shit. They axed my automation platform. So you have to do it all manually again? What a bunch of knobs. Every time we get a trial character in first class, messed up my rotation so badly. Muscle memory ain't shit. Yeah, a lot of the time I just forget to use them because I'm just so used to having my team. And also, I don't have it set to a hotkey, so like... I have to reach over to press the 5 button? Nah, son, I can't. I have small hands. They can't reach. Okay, last one. It's fine. They've given us a lot of primos. This event has given a lot of primos. This small one in particular. And it's fairly simple. I don't think I've had any difficulty completing any of the goals. So, you know, it's okay. They want us to use Pyro and Hydro here. She is... We get to fight her? Oh my god. Is she an NPC? Okay, we'll definitely bring... Oh, but Pyro? Oh, gross. This is disgusting. I don't want to do this last one. I usually neglect them. Then get sad that I didn't try out a 5-person team and the ridiculous shit that I can bring to the table. Ah, I'm so lazy though. To like reach over and press the 5? No thank you. Miss me with that shit. Alright, let's see what we can do. What kind of clusterfuck can we bring to the table? I don't know what Candace does. But Candace, stick foot in your mouth. Monas! Your finger span isn't from the till to the neighbor's house to understand the trouble. If I spread my hand out like that, my thumb only goes to the 9. But I can't if my fingers are on AWD, my finger only goes to the R. It doesn't reach the 5. Even reaching the 1, 2, 3, 4 at the top is a bit of a stretch. My middle finger can reach, the other ones can barely touch it, but yeah, it's just not how that works. Kokomi-chan! Do I need Thomas? Tomato? We don't really have anyone suitable. No. No one would really work here, I think. Yeah, it's fine. We can do like so. This is a unholy clusterfuck of vapes. This is the truest vape niche that was ever vaped. Alright, let's see. We can put the hydro damage here. We can put the pyro damage here. EM can probably go anywhere, to be fair. I don't know where it would be best. We'll definitely have attack there. We can have attack speed. Oh wait, what was this? This is attack? Oh. Not that there. Toma is booty. Actually, now that you mention booty, I just realized now mine is actually not built. He's got some scuffed build on him. Yeah, it's fine. Thank you for the Loki's friend. Yeah, we're gonna have one oddball there, little sucrose. I miss you already. We miss you already, Yoda. I don't know how to use Candace, I'm not gonna lie. Whoops! What? Why did I think she attacked faster? I'm not gonna lie. I thought she was much faster than that.
命定于此。
Did I play her wrong? Probably. Why am I stuck? Am I stuck against the wall? Oh, I think I'm stuck against the wall there.
此为守护之阵。哼，我来保护大家。冒险，冒险！小心火烛
Yanya. Oh, it just has to be normal attacks? Oh man.
收起来吧。命运倒映水中。
I really want Candace to be better or more useful. She is! She has one of the coolest designs. Me! Almost a Twitch baby! Shit. Have you started thinking of some names?
Almost a Twitch baby heart.
What?
既定。小心火烛。
Okay, this team's got really bungos ER.
金鱼来啦！
Oh, and not much. Not much in the way of healies either.
听取我的意见。
Is she not supposed to be a shielder though? I don't know how she works to be fair.
再次显现。点燃引信。
V-Tato? Oh my god. Don't tell your husband we're having a baby. The name is perfect though.
收起来吧，有大家在身边，伤口就不会。
End my suffering.
水中幻月。
I'm playing very badly at the moment. I don't know how to use this character. This is fine! I'm doing okay though, V. How are you? And thank you for the subby. 8 months. She doesn't provide a shield. She just has one? Oh. Making normal attacks hydro? Oh.
神域接
I see.
我来保护大家。
Oh.
天命既定，命运倒映。检查下师傅的枪法。
神命灵，水佑。
That character ran into me and promptly died.
出发，有大家在身边，伤口就不会痛。心疼就是救人的权利。
Whoa! That gave me a fright.
安息吧。
Oh, I should have done Benny's thing first. This is fine.
命定于此，命运的虚影。
残留水影。
Maybe for Bloom or something? It could be interesting. I don't have her, so I can't even play with her. You just started playing Genshin? Just so I haven't done anything yet, but it's gorgeous. Oh my gosh, that's so exciting. It's truly one of the games that I wish I could start over. Like, to play it fresh, with, like, no memory.
休养生息。就是超级风模块，6308设防单元确认。
Because honestly, it's such a stunning game. The story is so interesting. And as sad as some parts can be, like, just being able to experience that again, oh, I think it would be stunning.
讲不通就打扁了。确认安全距离。
Oh, she is Anima, right? This lady. Uh-oh.
超扩散态。
She got pulled in anyway. Oh man, that was funny.
会热乎吗？帮帮忙。
Uh,
安息吧。
the fuck? Oh, my character got... that looks so funny.
苍流水影，
Shadow of the Colossus on emulator? Damn. Can't even play Genshin with us, Hassan, but you wanna play that? I see how it is.
无相之风，你造，讲不通，玩你了。
神力流，
It's older than her son. Man, I remember there was a cosplay group of girls years ago that did a bunch of characters from that. But as you know, you're fighting like giant... They look like robots, I think? Yeah. Let's just say they were not very lore accurate. You're 2 years and 7 days older than that game? That's crazy. We need a Colossus boss in Genshin. We have like several sitting around the map. They just need to give it to us. Wow! Beautiful! Just like in Pokemon, into the box you go. I'm very excited for V to be starting this game. Damn. I know it's a little overwhelming at first. There's a lot to pick up. There's a lot to look at. But honestly, you have your like account level. So my account level is 60. And until you get to about 45, I wouldn't worry too much. Just play the game how you want to play it. Do your own thing. I mean, you can search for like things online and get some help from friends. But honestly, until 45, just enjoy. Just do your own thing. Until that point, nothing else is really too important. Taking it super slow, yeah. It's one of those games that you can, because there's a lot of story, there's a lot of dialogue, and there's a lot of almost like, I want to call it almost like a side quest type thing to do. So this game's got fishing. You can also like, there's like another realm where you can like build like a house and you can decorate and stuff. And then there's also these side quests, which I'm terrible at doing. Where are they? No, it's not these ones. It's... I don't even know where to find them. Is it story quests? Oh shit, it was story quests. Hold on. There's these. So it's like a story with multiple endings. So you keep going through and you try and get like the different endings for the story. And you like get to different paths and stuff like that. So like there's a lot of story to the game, there's a lot of dialogue. So you can just enjoy it for the story. And if you struggle with any of the combat side, then you know, just shout. There's lots of people who can help. New Redacted is pretty close if we could climb on him. Oh, that's true actually. Whoops. I made someone angry. No worries, V. Your TikTok leaked Baiju's apparent kits. Oh? Oh. Are you, is that a happy or? Not sure if I'm reading that emotion correctly, Rich. How do you feel? Use your words. Is it like a good shock, a bad shock? I'm asking for a friend. It's me, I'm the friend. Tell me. I read something that said his C1 is pretty good to get. He is good? Oh! Must save? Oh, did they say anything about constellations? Because I read something that said Constellation 1 is worth getting, and I'm like, ooh! Please, and thank you. I need it. Also, his weapon, Rich. Have you seen his weapon? I posted it on my Discord. It's fucking gorgeous. My god. I thought this one had a pretty weapon. But no. Okay, her weapon's not even showing, so, you know. Never mind. There it is. I thought this was a pretty weapon, but his! Oh. You want it to be versatile, you want to use it on everyone? Yeah. It is a very cool weapon. Oops. I just wanted to sit next to the little birdie, but okay, guys. But yes, it is very pretty, my god. And I saw something about his outfit being changed to make it more modest. Don't know how true it was, but the outfit that they showed was fucking gorgeous anyway, so kinda hope it's true. More modest or not. It looks pretty, and that's all I need. In a man's outfit is for it to be pretty. Why is it so fucking hot today? Jeez Louise. Looks amazing, yeah. What's that burb doing? Man's vibing. Just in the distance there, chinchillin'. He looks like Dendro Yellan. I'm here for it. Oh shit! I'm back. Bring on the dad joke. Hi, back! I'm dad. Alright, okay, well I finished the event. So, I guess I'll end stream. Bye, guys. It was nice seeing you. JK lol, I have things to do! Because it is Monday, so everything has reset. Hi, Dad, I'm Mom. What? But you can't be Mom if you're my son. You can't be both. I thought you were actually ending. Hassan, when have I ever done that? When have I ever been like, okay, I have nothing else to do, goodbye. I will find something to do. I will sit here and talk shit with you guys for hours. I ain't going nowhere. Invulnerable to Dendro. They started doing this recently and I hate them for it. Why? 10 roses. Fungi. Aramites. Okay. They're onto us with the recent invulnerable to Dendro. Literally, because for the longest time, nothing was invulnerable to Dendro, and I was like, fuck yeah, let's go. Now suddenly you're like, oh yeah, fuck you, man. I see all you're using is Dendro characters. Like, shit. I can't remember where this character is. Are they inside? I really don't remember. This place is very confusing. If you stood me in a spot, spun me around 10 times, and covered my eyes, and then told me to go to a place, I would not be able to get there. I don't know where I am or where I'm going. Very simply have to follow the sparklies. This is not where I thought we were coming, but okay. I mean, I could go and do those fights, like the bounties, anywhere else, because it actually doesn't matter too much. Since I've maxed out all of my reputation, like, it doesn't matter either way where I go. This one's very simple. Is a bounty in there? What? I like doing this one and the Inazuma one because you don't actually have to go, like, find the robot first to do the bounty, so I prefer to do that one. The Sumeru or the Inazuma ones to avoid that extra step. Oh, and I have no friendship, no characters to friendship level anymore, besides Yao Yao. But by the looks of it, I'm gonna max her before I get anyone else anyway, so we're gonna witness the death of the friendship squad. Because most likely the next character I get, I'm going to be, like, leveling them anyway. so they're gonna be on my teams. Thank the Lord for the sparklies, exactly. Because I would be completely lost. Friendship squad! No more friendship squad. We're disbanding the friendship squad. There's no more friendship. That's a nice problem to have. Is Dory max level already? I maxed Dory ages ago. She's been 10. She turned friendship 10 just after I got Farazan. So yeah.
去，骤击，令令，微光无射。全都看见了。
Oh, that was easy. Okay, and then we can go back here just to go fight the guy. I actually don't know what we're fighting there. But yeah, there's a lot of characters that I don't have as well, so there's like 4-star characters that I had to skip. So that's why I have run out of things to level. What is it? Is it the mushrooms? There are mushrooms here somewhere? There they are. Yeah, there's a lot of the 4-star characters that I'm missing. So that's why. Because I've had to skip so many banners.
小天使， 看破。
Jesus Christ, what happened there? Wow!
全都看见了。去，骤击，令令，微光无射。
Oh, it's immune to Dendro.
减轻阻碍。
This is fine. It's not immune to electric, so. You could collect wood and start building in the teapots, but I've already got the max level in the teapots. So the bunny can heal, he does. And if he's not healing, then he damages enemies instead. He's a very good bunny. He's a healy boy. I need to do like a closet cosplay of Yao Yao. I think that would be fun to do. I don't think I have any condensed resin. I bet the bunny deals more damage than my characters. Maybe. You ran around with Yoda and John yesterday and the bunny soloed a Rune Guardian. Holy shit! Which other characters did you have? Raiden? And Nahida, yeah. That sounds about right. Hi, Diamond Llama! How are you? It's fucking warm. Invulnerable to pyro. That's fine. Thank God, though. Jeez. Yeah, I'm just melting, to be fair. That's very warm. Oh, guys, and yesterday, oh, I was shooting. I did 2 shoots with Mao yesterday. I did King from 7 Deadly Sins, and then I did Tanjiro from Demon Slayer. But like, I had to take pictures with all the other characters because there was like my character was the common denominator for everyone. But like the other characters didn't really have much interaction. So I was just there. And I was like, okay, well just pose me, just make me do something. just slightly up temperature. Slightly. It's very warm where I am. I actually don't know what the weather was like today. It was a bounty aura, so that's why they were in Sumeru. I don't know if we have other rift towns here. But yeah, it's because of the bounty that I was doing. I know that there's some in Mondstadt. Oops! There's some rift towns in Mondstadt if you run to the wolf. There's some houses there. I don't know why. I don't know if there was ever an explanation. I just avoid them though. I don't need to fight them. Invulnerable to cryo? Nice. Have you been playing Genshin again, Llama? Nice. Log in, grind. I don't even play the story. I mean, that's fair. Sometimes you do need to play the story though to make progress. It does feel pretty random. Did they ever explain it though? Because I don't remember if they did. Bah! Job's done. I don't recall them explaining it, but I probably would have missed it. Maybe. AL37, going to take a break from grinding this week and play Lisa's event. Oh, very nice. It's a fairly fast event. I wouldn't worry too much about it. It's pretty easy as well. They set the bar really low for the event. So, yeah. I just realized now I didn't even put Lisa's skin on. I don't know how I'm always running low on this stuff, but I farm it like constantly. Boop. I need to go cook. Actually, what was Yaya's special? Do we find it? What her specialty is? Is it cute? Always need flour, man. I'm always out of flour. I don't have any. God damn it! Why am I like this? Where do you? I don't know where you buy here. You're gonna go be sweaty in COD? Enjoy. Cannot relate, but enjoy. Oh, my back. I'm sitting like a shrimp. No shrimping. It's because I moved my chair and now my feet are dangling, so I'm not sitting properly. Need to go put the little one to bed. No worries, V. Thank you for the lurkies. Too sweaty IRL to be sweaty in COD? Also that. It's too fucking warm, man. Don't know what I'm using these for, but... Milk as well, for some reason. I ran out of milk at some point, and I was like, what? How? I am the sweats today, and I don't like it. And, it feels humid today. Yesterday as well felt horribly humid. Like, it was hard to breathe. The air felt thick with 2 C's. Are you planning on playing Hogwarts? I am not, Llama. Are you? I'm seeing so many conflicted takes on it. $45? Nay, it's 145. It is warm. The air feels thick. And I hate it. No shrimps? You want to get it for the wife, but if she likes it, I'll join in. I saw that it was single player though, and I'm just like... Who makes single player games anymore? No, I'm joking. Obviously people make single player games. It's just not something I see very much. So did I know you were married? And I just forgot somehow?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hi, Momo! Hello, hello! She said while playing a largely single-player game. I thought it was co-op. No, but that's the thing. That's the thing. What I saw of the game, it was single-player. So I actually have no idea. In any case, it's a lot of money, and I'm not particularly interested in it, no. Mostly because J.K. Rowling's a TERF, but also just because... Where am I going? Yeah, I don't know. I have a game that keeps me so busy, like it's really hard to play other games. It's single player, like completely. Yo. Going dark while people shoot me. I hope you're shooting them back. TERF and a toad? Yeah, both. The thing is, like, I'm seeing some people... And it's very confusing. Some people in the trans community are like, no, I'm playing this game. And they have their own reasons for it, and I'm like, okay. In any case, I'm not gonna play it. Regardless, it's single player. It's something that I would have played with Ray, I think, because we played years ago. We played a Harry Potter game together. I don't know, something that we had fun with together. You know, my generation grew up with Harry Potter before JK became a toad. Or rather, outed herself as a toad. Is it rude to say I switched on stream because I feel like crap and I want to go sleep early and I need background noise? It's not rude. I'm glad to hear that. You feel like this is a place where you can chill? I hope I don't make too much noise then. But yes, you must have a lovely evening, Momo. I hope that we bring you peace and that you can get good sleepies. Alright, I was cooking, wasn't I? She never made the game? No, she didn't, but it's her IP. It's still her thing. She's still making money out of it, and she has said before that if people consume her content, and support her content, it means they support her. And I'm like, okay. A turd and a turf. I'm not interested in supporting someone like that. So whether or not she had her fingers involved in making the game, the fingers are still in the honeypot, so she still benefits. It's not something that I'm looking to debate or argue. It just that is how it be. That is the end of the story. I just like fantasy worlds. And that's why I love what's that other— what is this? The mysterious meat can become something a lot more ordinary. We're gonna sit here until it's done. Accelerate? Pardon? squeeze me? When did they add this? Did they just add this and not tell anyone? Ooh, tech! Thank you. I was a bit slow to click. What is this? Why have I not heard a single person talk about this? What? On what planet are you accelerating anyway? I've just been killing these snakes because they drop mysterious meat and I was like, oh yay, another thing I need to farm, but apparently it's not. Eat a dick, Jimbo, I agree. Fucking Jimbo. Coming here trying to post links in my chat? Get fucked. Does it always give fish? Can it give other things? Yeah, it's mystery meat. Very strange. I don't know. We're gonna leave it for a bit and come back. Probably random? Yeah, I'm curious. This is kinda nice though. Because there's not really a lot of water in the desert in Sumeru. I don't know if you guys can hear Ray laughing in the background. He's having a ball, whatever he's doing. He's probably playing GTA. He's been playing that a lot lately. I'm gonna make maybe one condensed. You know what? Actually, hold on. I don't know. I'm a little bit lost now because I was actually gonna go fight the boss for Shinha, and I'm now like, hold on, she's not coming out. No, I'm joking. Listen, the temptation is there very simply because he's green, and I want the green character, but I'm not gonna do it. You had that realization last night as well.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Brian Mister, how are you? GG's, Hassan. I may do it anyway just to have them. Oh, for sure. I think it's worth it in any case to just have it. Shinhei removed for 3.6. Oh, God. What patch are we in now? I don't even know anymore. I'm just gonna go cry, Rich. Because... I was so amped for her to come soon, and now I must just wait. Psst, psst, in the house! In the hizay! Speedy, how are you? I'm doing okay. I have a little bit of a headache. I think I've been shouting a lot. But how are you? I want one wish. Jargon, I don't know if you want to fight bosses. Oh, and Rich, your nickname is now Riri. That is your new nickname. You are Riri now. Dear Albedo, Sino, Eula, next patch. Oh, don't remind me. Shinha's coming with Baiju. No! Rich, do not! Jest not! Kazoo! Please be serious for a second. I cannot afford that. Kazuha? Same time? You just not? Neighbor. Oh my god. I'm gonna have a fucking crisis. Thank god I didn't willy-nilly roll on your green boy right now. Jesus. Wah! Fucking Christ, man. Anyway. You're doing good, Speedy. Happy I don't need to visit the hospital anymore. That is good. That is good news. Riri, why? So everyone's getting short nicknames, and I don't remember why. So everyone got short names. Jargon is Jaja. But like Spanish laughing, so technically he's haha. Anyway. So yes, because I'm not gonna call you Mumu, because I know another Mumu, so you're gonna be Riri. Rich, I'm not ready, I can't. That's 3 fucking characters I need to get. Christ on a bike. Feel better soon, Yoda. You're not feeling. Oh, friend, get some rest. Get something to drink. Get a comfy spot. Put on something. Go for it. Just fucking max chill. G max chill, in fact. Get your G max chill on. You accept this logic? Okay, I'm glad. Because there's no explanation for it. That is simply it. That is just how it be. One day I'll buy the rest of the things. Ugh, I haven't planted in so long, I'm so lazy. Goodbye. Whee! Okay, hold on. Wait, what is the timer for the other one that I have? 6 days. Okay, we're good. I'm so bad with those. I leave them too long and then I'm like, fuck! Jogging, do you want to go fight the boss? Do you still need the materials? Dia's DPS comparison currently sits at about Shinyan level, so thank goodness it's an easy save, although sad, because Dia deserves better. I was actually, was it you that I was discussing it with, or was it someone else? We were having this discussion the other day about how sad it is that they hyped her up. They made her seem like such a fucking badass bitch, and then they make her weak. It's unforgivable, to be honest, what they did. I wasn't even looking to get her, but you know. Wait, Speedy or Brimester as well? Get a McFlurry? Oh my goodness. Yoda, get a McFlurry, I agree. If you haven't yet, the passion fruit lemonade. Not passion fruit lemonade, the passion fruit McFlurry, get it. Passion fruit lemonade's also good though. Your internet's being pulled down? Alright, no worries, Brimester. Thank you for the lurkies. I need to learn how to bri, actually. I need to learn how to bri. Because I hate fighting this boss. Should be fine though. Might just bring Nana. She deserves better. Truly she does. They screwed the pooch there for sure. I don't think we need a healer, right? Put your food bag on. I got my shrimp balls! Brimester can teach you the way. Please. Cause, whoops, did I jump the gun there? There he is. I just want to go destroy this one and then we can just destroy whichever one comes next. Oh wait, I don't normally bring Nana here. I forgot. Why are they by me? What the fuck, guys? Anyway. Get him, girly. Where'd your friend go? Oh, is he up on the wall? You can suck a fuck, to be fair. You can both suck a fuck. Lol. I didn't do much there, but it's okay. It's okay. Ooh, hello! I'll take that. For the Shinha that I'll eventually get. That's nice though. Let's motherfucking go. Anyway, yes, I need to learn how to bri. I need to learn from the get-go, from the beginning. From the beginning! I need to learn how to build the fire well, when to put the meat on, how long to leave the meat on, etc. Because I want to make some good shits. When we move to Cape Town... Can I steal your pearls? Go for it. I can't write. Ah! You're getting attacked. You're attacking 2 gods? What an idiot. What a moron. We're fighting Bossu. are we fighting again? Oh, these guys. What is this respawn timer? The Eastern Cape failed your upbringing and I'm deeply sorry. No, you see, the problem, Rich, is that my father is English, as in, like, British English. So that man wouldn't know how to pry his way out of a brown paper bag. And my mother was also English. She was born here, but her parents were English, so they didn't know how to do it. So, yeah. I can make mashed potatoes and gravy. No, I'm joking. I can cook. I can cook pretty well. It's just I never learned how to fry. To be fair though, and I don't know how this happened, both my parents were pretty decent cooks. My dad sometimes made some horrible abominations. Like, one of the worst things that he ever used to cook was fucking, and I'm not even joking, green eggs. Not even intentional. I don't know what he did to them. Or what they did to him, which led to him making them, but you know. His eggs, they were a weird shade between grey and green. I don't know what the, maybe grey-green is an accurate descriptor, but they were awful. Oh Jesus, that gave me a fright. I was like, why is Yaemiko here jogging? Yeah, no, some of the things he made were fucking awful. But he was pretty good with roasts. And I'm pretty good with roasts too. Both kinds. What are we fighting again? These boys. Okay, they're spawned. Okay, let's go. Can you make brai broikies? Were you not here, Speedy, for the whole discussion that my brai skills are lacking? Also, thank you for the biddy there, Sethels. My brai skills are lacking severely. I need to learn the way. My British family did me dirty, raising me here skillless. Pixu! Let's motherfucking go! No, no, no! I hate that she likes slingshots. No! But she yoinks. Fucking, if she's standing close enough to something, she just yoinks towards it. I was trying to attack the other one, but I scuffed it. Okay, 3, I'll take that. And then what do I do when I'm done farming for her? Go and cry in the fucking corner? Oh my god. Anyway. Your dad is a good cook? Last time we got food poisoning. Son, I thought you were being serious for a second. I was like, oh, that's cool. Never mind. Please don't eat your father's food. Bri breakies is all in the prep and assembly. The bri part is the easy part. No, but you see, I need to learn from that part. I need to learn from the Beninging. I'm not even joking. I have English family, as in like from England. Do I pronounce that go? I don't know how to pronounce. Anyway, thank you for the follow and welcome to the posse. You guys may roast me in the chat for not knowing how to pronounce that. Bri breakies is too long. I'm afraid if I eat it, it's gonna get stuck in your esophagus. What do you mean stuck in your esophagus? You mean the word is too long? You need to chew, Hassan. Oh, it's a long word? Well, you can just say broiki. It just means bread. It's like bread that you cook on the barbecue. For lack of a more cultured explanation. It's just cooking bread on the fire. They're very nice though. I would make myself sick eating them because I don't know when to stop. I have a weakness for like fresh bread. like freshly baked, freshly cooked breads. Ooh, it's bad, man. And the smell of the dough cooking. Oh. I used to have a bread maker growing up. It was literally just a machine. You throw everything in, it mixes it. It's oh, my vape. It proves it and it bakes it. Oh, and you set the timer on it as well. You set the timer on it so that the bread is ready in the morning. Oh! Maybe when we move to Cape Town, we need to get a bread maker because I fucking love fresh bread, man. I usually go buy bread from the bakery since it's next to my home. Oh my god, Hassan, can you smell the bakery from your house? Fresh bread with butter and a little bit of salt. Okay, to be fair, if you're using butter, you don't need to put salt. Because butter got salt in it already. I need to drop my chair a bit. You can smell it and you know that they're baking. Oh my god. Guys, I'm so small. That's how far I have to drop my chair. That's how far I have to drop my chair. So that my feet are flat on the ground. Oh god. Anyway. Small Tato, I'm the smallest. You're small too? Yeah, it's okay. It's okay to be small. There's a cafe in Japan. If you are taller than 6 feet, you basically can't go in because the building is too small for you. So, sucks to be jargon, I guess. He's the only person I know in chat currently who is over 6 feet, so... It's not a personal attack, I just don't know other people's heights, okay? Dynamite comes in small packages, but so does jelly. No, no. I mean, you're not wrong. Jelly's tasty as fuck. Rich, are you also a monstrosity? A string bean of a man. Gosh, you people. You people with your extra height for no reason. For what? For why? For whomst are you so tall? For what reason do you need to be so long? Come back here, you asshole. Oh shit. I keep forgetting to heal. Do you remember earlier when I said, yeah, we don't need a healer, I'll just heal, and then I just completely forget. Both times. Ask my parents, I'm gonna sit them down and have a fucking chat with them and be like, listen here, you shits. Did I get 3 every time? God damn. I possibly only need 2 more kills and then I'm done. And then I don't know what to do with my life. What does Kazoo use? I also have no more Morism, by the way. Just gonna throw that out there. To get things off the top shelves for us short people. To be fair, Ray is not 6 foot. But he has to get everything off the top shelf for me. He said to me earlier today, he's like, oh yeah, I packed the cereal in the top of the cupboard. I just turned and looked at him. And then later in the day, I found that he repacked the cereal in a Tupperware on the counter for me. But that's like 2 meters tall. So 6 foot is like 1.8. Is it 1.82 or something? It's like, it's just over 1.8, I think. I can't remember exactly what the number is. So wait, Speedy, are you also short? Are you itty bitty? The taller you are, the more likely you are to get cancer because you just have more cells. No ways. I know that, short people live longer, but I don't know why. I just know that, like, those, you see those those teeny tiny old grandmas, they live forever, man. They refuse to die.
虚无。
Nice. That isn't short, Speedy. What the fuck? I'm offended right now. Even Hassan. Everyone is taller than me. To be fair, you're all men, so, you know. Yeah. Your twin is taller than you? Your twin is 0. Ah! You just maxed your charisma stat and chose the gnome race? Llama! What the f- Why gnome? You could have literally picked anything that was cute and you went with gnome. Unbelievable. You're the shortest of all your friends? Same! Even me, Speedy.
花鸟鱼情，也不过衬
I'm 157.
不变的背景
Or 5'1" for the people who use the other numbers. Although it's confusing, I don't really know how those numbers work, so it's either 5'1" or 5'2". But I like saying 5'1". Because then people are like, oh, small baby! Here! Food. Head pats. I'll take it. They're like, oh, shampoo baby, let me get that off the top shelf for you. I'm like, thank you. Meanwhile, we had a discussion about this before, and I was like, tall people can't resist the short people. We don't even have to ask you to get something off the top shelf for us. We just look up at you. And the process of looking up equals puppy eyes. So y'all just simply cannot resist. Short people, on the other hand, we are resilient, man. We refuse to die. We refuse. We just simply refuse. We are very stubborn and small. So we're awful. I don't see Tato the Dwarven Sorceress in my headcanon. Yeah? You don't think I could rock like a fucking magnificent beard? I think I could. You gonna go sleepies now, Toto? Before Escom shuts your fan off? Oh, man. Sorry, Toto. You must sleep well, though. I don't think I have load shedding tonight. Like cockroaches? Listen, cockroaches can survive anything. If you're gonna describe me as a cockroach, you're just saying that I'm very resilient, I'm very strong. Like bull. No, like cockroach. Kokiburi. I'll be kokiburi. That's fine. Short peeps hype? Hell yeah! We're all itty bitty here, except for the people who are not. There's a lot of very long people here. It's your headcanon? I mean, you know, whatever. Hi, Vivian. But yes, go sleepies. Go sleep, Toto. Alright, Jargon. I have no more resin. Do you need another boss kill? Ooh, just a sec. Yes? No. No. No, no, I'm breaking things. Fuck. Oh, smack. Thank you. I'm not ending. Relax, Hassan, relax. Breathe. In through your nose, out through your mouth. I tried to turn my camera off quickly. Because Ray was bringing me a snack. I got potato chips. Supreme half-elf rogue? Oh shit! Hell yeah, I'll be a half-elf. I'll take it. 5'1" is normal? No, Hassan, I'm below the national average. Was Ray the snack? He was the snack, but he also brought me another snack.
四般花鸟鱼情，也不过衬托我身不移不变的背景罢
It's potato chips, but I can't figure out what the flavor is. They're very sweet. You can smell them. Llama. You're also below average.
百千年
But her son, you're still young. You have time to grow. The ship sailed a long time for me.
虚无。
No, it's not sweet chili. We only like people who smell good. Wait, is that true? Do llamas spit at stinky people? Salt and vinegar? That's not sweet, son. I know we do have salt and vinegar, but I don't think this one is salt and vinegar. You spit at everyone? Oh, dragon left. I'll have more energy later. But for now, I think I'm just gonna go hit some bosses for the weekly thing. When we meet IRL at a con, you're in the splash zone. If you throw any liquid in my direction, llama, you're never going to be able to throw liquid at another person again. So check yourself before you wreck yourself. And grade 4 is one of the longest. Longest? You mean the tallest, Speedy? Be careful when describing people as being long. There's a questionable choice there. You stopped growing in grade 5. That was your moment in the spotlight. Tallest, you're Afrikaans. No, it's fine. I know it's that way in Afrikaans. I always just find it funny. For no reason. It's a dumb reason. Just it doesn't translate well, so it makes me laugh. So if you only spit on imposters, then I should not be in the splash zone. What do you mean? Let me not put my greasy chippy fingers on my stuff. We do measure babies in length. We do. And then they are no longer horizontal, then they become vertical. You're out of the splash zone? Thank you. Upright. Once you're upright, the term switches? Yes. Hi, Spawn! Yes, the onigiri doesn't work if it's me. In the flesh. Babies should be measured in bowling balls? Like for weight or height? Oh shit, why am I fighting this guy? Oh man. Mistakes were made. Wait, where did my totems go? My Yaya died? She got smeeshed? Lol. For volume, they are occupying space. They do occupy a lot of space. Oh, for fuck's sakes. There we go, we're good. Fleshy Tato, oh my goodness. It's a very interesting way to refer to me. Not the weirdest way, to be fair. But certainly a way. How are you doing, Spawn? I'm not a fan of children. I mean, fair. They're noisy, they're rude. They cost a lot of money, they make a mess. What's to like? To be fair though, we were all someone's children at some point, so, you know, we're equally as horrible. Imagine not being a fan of children. Imagine coming to someone's stream just to say random things that don't really mean anything.
微光无射，不灭，断绝，无处遁逃。
Americans will use anything except the metric system. The kitten? I have seen that. As the cat grows up, they use more and more source packets to indicate how long the kitten has gotten. Obnoxious, poisonous, loud, vibrating, screaming. Yeah. That sounds about right. Wait, where am I going? Not sure the kitten origination is American, but it probably is. Instead of measuring things like in miles using football fields. I love those kinds of memes. Like, how many football fields is it? You going to the... Wait, why are you going to the pediatrician, Hassan? Are you still a child? We really shoot ourselves in the foot. What, for measuring, or...? Is this thing immune? Or nah?
咒技律令，全都看见了。要冲了，月桂！
Get him, Yugui! Oh man.
是，咒技律令，
I just want to see.
微光无射，
Okay, so it is immune
蔓延吧。
to the electro. But we still do the aggravate damage? Question mark?
不要乱动哦，等下有点痛哦。
Ah. Back to the front? Wait, what? Oh, we actually shoot ourselves in the foot? Measuring sinkholes in washing machines? Actually, fucking sinkholes are scary, man. I was watching videos. I don't remember where it was exactly, but there was a place that had these massive sinkholes. And whole cars were just dropping into them. And I was just like, what? The lack of gun laws. I mean, yeah. That'll do it as well. That's why they refuse to use anyone else's counting systems. Because of guns. Shooting himself on the draw. Wait, what are you talking about, Speedy? Did he shoot himself before he drew his gun? Centurion had sinkholes? I know there was that other... Was it a hotel? It was near the Caltrain station in Centurion. Up that one road that leads to the station. I just can't think of what it's called now. You know, that one road. Tato doesn't know the names of roads. Unfortunately. Woof. Even when I used to have a bike, I would never learn the names of the roads. I would simply follow a route. My brain knew where to go. He shot himself while drawing his gun. Gene Avenue, it might have been. It was next to like a hotel or something, and apparently the flooding was so bad that like roads were collapsing and shit. But the sinkholes I was referring to, it was either in America or it was in China. How many more bosses do I actually have to fight? Be good and don't do what I do. Do what I say, not what I do. Nighty nights, Prime Minister. Please take care of yourself. Have a wonderful evening. I eat the chip. Hooded, why are you awake? Hmm? 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 Why are you awake? Do you not have classes tomorrow? Don't tell me to shut up! I will silence you and you will shut up. Motherfucker. Hmm? You ain't my mama. Did you have a bike? Well, I had a bike. Past tense. And then I got hit by a car. And I no longer have said bike. So it's not really something to talk about, to be fair. I had it for almost 10 years. I don't remember what it was, but it was a 125. It was an itty bitty bike. It was very simply how I got to school and how I got to university and most of my first jobs, I guess, when I was younger. Until I got hit by the car. It got completely destroyed. Like, the frame was destroyed. So I really just couldn't use it anymore. Ow. Jesus, Lord, dude. Do you wanna relax? Oh, nope. I refuse. Not happening, bro. Yeah. You have classes in about 7 hours. Are you gonna be well rested enough? When is the thing for the internship? Did you do that today? Kawasaki. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know that one. ZX10R. But Kawasaki is good. Yeah, I got hit by a car. A few years ago. That's why I have like an ankle that doesn't work too well. Like the tendon doesn't stretch properly. So I can't do squats. Which kind of sucks. Oh, a super bike. Damn. No, mine was an itty bitty baby. I had it since I was 16. It wasn't very fast, but it got me from A to B. Until B was, you know, someone hitting me. What other bosses can I fight? I want to fight bosses that aren't irritating. Unfortunately, a lot of the bosses in this game are irritating. An unintentional B, definitely. It was not my planned route. But she drove into me. So, yeah, that was great. Until B was a biatch, exactly. Let's not die this time. Yeah. Ah! Now you're gonna kill my Nahida instead. Oh my god, literally. Oh, why am I like this? My poor squishy children. I literally just wanted to cast this and then, yeah. Sir, please. Nope. Oh, what the fuck? Bro. Do you wanna relax? I did not bring the right team here at all.
去，律令。雷霆刹技，律令。
The Shiom Density. Whoop.
月桂跟上了，要冲了，月桂。
I was hopeful, okay.
手。去，骤击。哼。
Ow.
去。
After saying I didn't want to fight annoying bosses, here I am.
暴影看破。不怕不怕。
Oh. Yogui, why weren't you hitting the thing?
无处遁逃。
Shitty titties. Please no. I normally bring Ayato here because he's... Ah!
Oh.
On what planet can a ball spin like that?
This
Roxy!
is fun.
It's working just slowly. Yeah. Ever so slowly. Ow, you bitch. Actual bitch.
不要乱动哦。
How you doing there, Roxy? Sorry.
伸手。
I made bad choices and now I'm paying for it. Nay, bro. What ball spins like that?
月桂跟上了。
Ow.
无处遁逃。去，律令。去。 律令。知识与你分享。
Which character is in the middle of this?
去。律令。
You're not making me read while I am fighting. Please be serious.
断绝。
No, you stinky bastard. No. Fuck.
骤击。律令。骤击。
She. I don't know, man.
律令。
Okay, when I said I wanted to not fight annoying bosses, that was one of them that I, for some reason, fought. Let's go fight this guy, because fuck it. Why not? We've already suffered. You're serious? Neighbor. Be less serious. I want to go fetch my coke, but I'm also lazy. Let's see how this squad fam fares against this asshole. Sorry guys, I'm not sitting. For some reason tonight I'm like so fidgety. I'm not sitting properly in my chair, which means my butt is hurting and my back kind of. Anyway, what character is it? It's not. It's she or Tsu, is it not? Other than that, I can't tell you anything. LOL.
暴影看破。骤击。律令。
Hi, Krams. Hi, hi, hi. Get him, Yogui! Go, 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 buddy. Go, bunny. Go, bunny, bunny-chan. Where did he go? Oh, he's still here? We're good.
此集智慧之殿堂全都看见了。
Immune, you bastard.
无处遁逃。骤击。去。雷光凄美啊。骤击。去。不要乱动哦，要冲了。
Get fucked. It's Bunny Nation. Yeah, bitch. Yes, it's what? It's a what? How are you doing, Chris? I'm very shrimp shaped today. I'm just letting myself have this one. You're just... Not only are you taking a break from work, you're taking a break from life as well. Just both of them. Just fuck it. It is what it is. If you like that sometimes. Yay, a wish! A free wish. Let's go wish. Guys, when last did I wish? Because I'm like cracked out here now. I want to do this one wish that I'm gonna get blue for, but I wanted to do it anyway. It was two. I told you. I told you it was one of those two. But they're fucking hard, man. I'm doing okay, guys. It's just fucking hot today. God damn, it's nasty. My skin is like on fire. It's so warm. Anyway. What else was I doing? Chest? Oh, it's that. Man, I thought there was like a chest there that I didn't open. You hate it? Yeah. You're also suffering, Rox. Yeah. And it's crazy because the weather's been going up and down again. So like, I never really know what to expect.
真奇怪，为什么总有人想寻仙问道呢？仙人不是到处都是吗？
I have to play... I don't know how many hours I'm sitting on currently. I wish there was a way that you could see how many hours you have for Genshin. But today is like the second last day. I think tomorrow is the actual last day. Namani's hi? I don't know if I read that correctly, but thank you for the follow and welcome to the posse. I was like staring. Naman is hi, maybe? Naman is hi? I don't know, man. I can't read. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for being here. Have you tried baking by leaving the tray in the car? I've actually seen people do that. I don't remember where it was exactly, but I saw someone did that. They left a tray of cookies in the car and it actually like baked the cookies. I think they did have to leave it for a couple of days. Naman, sorry, I think I completely butchered your name there. But I hope you're doing well. Have an awesome evening. You too, Speedy. Take care. Naman sounds like an Indian name.
那边好像有什么动静，偷偷看一眼的话，应该没事吧？
I mean, if it is, y'all should be asleep. It is late. It is 8 o'clock.
What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching.
Thank you, Roxy. Thank you for the Lokis. It is Indian. Why are you awake? I've already shouted and hooded to go to bed. It is bedtime. You have got not only a class tomorrow, you have also got an interview, probably. Question mark. I'm not sure. Tomorrow. It is a sleepy times. It is 8 o'clock.
明日复明日，明日何其多。总之，快快行动起来吧。
Okay, what else? I think I ran out of like the weekly things to do. Locked Elf, hi! How are you? Okay, commissions. Actually, let me go ask Ray if he's gonna be playing Genshin today. I'm not too sure. Man? What do you mean, man? Man yourself, hooded. Mine. Raisin. Let me go ask Ray, because maybe I will just... Maybe I will just go do my dailies. I don't know. I'll see if he's doing them. I might just throw you guys on a BRB screen, because I wanna go fetch my Coke. I need to go to the loo. I'm gonna go bug Ray. So yeah, I'm gonna throw you guys on BRB. Sorry, Elf. I know you just got here. I'm doing okay. It's just very fucking warm today, so I want something cold to drink. I was trying to study, then I pulled Alhaitam, so now I'm leveling. Oh my goodness. Well, I hope you find some time to study as well. But yes, I'm gonna be right back.
好像有什么动静。
In the meantime, maybe you guys want to check out my socials. I'm a cosplayer as well. So there's some cosplay content on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Okay, be right back. But I like it. A pussy tight pussy feet, pussy fresh. No, piss! I had that song stuck in my head earlier today. Oh no. Why you read? Because it was funny. What is it? 3-7. Oops. Ah! Oh. Slowly. Ah! Weapon. No, we don't do weapon banner in this house. Weapon banner is disappointment. So no. Try me that. Huggy wuggy! Fuck, man! Why did I see him again? Money, 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 money! Make an offering.
仙人不是到处都是吗？
Uh-oh. I'm being too loud. It's now almost 12 o'clock. I need to... Shh. I wonder if the avatar farts. You mean like Aang? Being a windy boy, I wonder if he can just like control his farts. So you just don't hear the squeak. It's just silent but deadly all the way. Oh, the stream. I'm so sorry, Jinxie. My brain went a completely different direction there. Neighbor, not that clip again. No! Y'all heard nothing anyway. The fan is currently blowing on me. And it is glorious. It wasn't before, I just had it like swinging, but now I'm like, no, fuck it.
真奇怪，为什么总有
It's
人
too
从
hot
学
for
校
this shit.
门
What was my
道
hair doing
仙
even?
人不是到处都是吗？
The fan blew it forward. There we go. Okay. What even? I don't know anymore. It's just a big fluffy mess at the back anyway, so whatever. Anyway, I have cherry coke. Because it's hot and I need something. Ooh, that sounded good. 10 out of 10. I fucking love cherry flavored drinks. Dr. Pepper cherry is the best though, but I can't always find it. So I'll settle for Coke. Such a happy Coke. It's so cheery. Oh my god. Anyway. Just gonna pretend I didn't hear that. Should I be farming anything? Oh my god, I have to farm for Kazuha as well now, right? Because if he's possibly coming out. What does Kazuha use? Hi, Panda! How are are you? Good morning, I think. Question mark. Good afternoon? Good morning? I look pretty today. Thank you, Panda. You look pretty too. How are you doing? How are your studies going? Is Hooded still here? It's hot as fucking balls. I'm dying, Panda. Ugh. And now my brain is melting because I have to save up for 3 different characters in 2.6. About to head to bed. Get the fuck out of here. Why are you still here, Hooded? Hooded is always here in various states of... It is late, okay? It is well past bedtime. You have class. You have important things tomorrow. Get out of here. Take a cold shower while I'm streaming? I don't know, man, Panda. That does not seem like a good thing to do on stream, I'm not gonna lie. Not during the stream, you mean like after? I might need to be honest. Because it is nasty, it is straight nasty. And now I'm eating chocolate. Which is very soft because it's so hot today that the chocolate is like half melted. This chocolate made in this country, meant to withstand to some degree the weather here, but no. It cannot. It's pretty hot here as well. What is hot for you? Good night, Hooded! Don't make the angry face. This is your own fault for teaching me your time zone, so... I get to shout at you in the evening, tell you to go to bed. I get to shout at Jargon in the morning to go to bed. It's 6. Actually, I don't know what the weather's like here at the moment. Let me go look. I'm always scared I'll dox myself doing that. It's currently 23. What is that? 46% humidity. But it was 31 today. It looks like it's gonna get cold for the rest of the week. The weather, the temperature's gonna go down. I'm looking forward to that. And then you shouted at me for being awake too? Yeah, all of you! You waking up early, you're going to bed late. When are you sleeping? And then there's me who just shouts at everyone to go to sleep. When do I sleep? Do I sleep? -30, anything above 0 is hot. It's quite a change from home, Panda. I'm sure it must be like a bit of a shock to your system. How much longer for this? 7 minutes? I'm actually not too sure what to do. I might just go do exploration in the desert. I don't know how much energy I have and how many fucks I have to do to do the story. But let's go there. Let's have a run around and see what we feel like. Yeah, let's start here. Your body got used to it. Do you think you're gonna like struggle when you go back home? Are you planning on going back home? I can't remember. Whoops. I think you said something about finding like part-time work for a bit. Back home, I would dread going out in shorts. 6 degrees. Here, I just do it. Oh my god. People in South Africa are the same though. In the dead of winter, you'll see there's a particular group of people in South Africa. They'll be in shorts and flip-flops in the dead of winter. Now, obviously, it doesn't get so cold here. We don't have snow. But it's relatively cold, you know. And these people will be in their in their shorts and their flip-flops. We call them pluckies, the flip-flops. I wonder, can the genie do these things yet? How do you know when she can do them? Will she say something? Oh! Nope, she will just dispel it. That's very cool. Thanks. Winter uniform here is basically shorts and a big hoodie. What the fuck? But you also have heating inside, so... I don't know if that counts, man. Where are your friends? But outside? Yeah, but at least you can warm up once you go inside. We just stay cold. There is no warming up. There is only suffering. Only suffering. Where are these things friends? Why, we... Huh? When it's cold everywhere. So, like, in South Africa, we don't have heating, and generally we don't have aircon either. I think more Lani people, more maybe more modern homes as well. Not always the case, but it's not common to have aircon. Offices will have, and like malls and stuff. Because we don't have electricity. That as well, Mao. That as well. But most people don't have aircon in their homes. That's what I be saying. Everyone should have aircon? Oh no, I agree. You'd die in South Africa without aircon? Yeah, probably. No, it's very uncomfortable. I'm hoping that wherever we move to in Cape Town just has aircon. Wait, what was that one now? No, I didn't pay attention because I was talking about that. Yoda, you feeling okay, friend? There's the other one there. God damn it. What was this one again? Ah, all that for what? Oh my god. The friends made you feel better? Fantastic. I'm glad to hear that. Did you get up to nonsense? I also hate that we can no longer use these things. We have to wait for the next patch or whatever. Don't point down, you fuck. There's so much sand. I don't know if I've been this side before. Everything's pointing down. I guess I need to just continue the fucking story then. Huh? This guy's in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry, buddy? Whoa. That's gonna be a percentage. Or a bit of a percentage, at least. Hi, guy.
去吧，丽丽。不怕不怕。
Whee! Did he drop loot? He did. Thank you. This away? Oh, please tell me it's not pointing towards the shrine. Haven't found something that needs the eel meat yet, but you never know. Just one? Seems a little dodgy. Ah! That makes a lot more sense then. Ooh! It's her! What does she summon? Oh, okay! Little fire scorpion, very cool. Did I see her summon one earlier? I can't remember now. Because we supposedly fought one. Imagine getting DDR'd to death, right? How embarrassing. Ooh, there's more stuff this way. Okay, that's just showing me the shrine. I'm good, thanks. This hair is now tickling my face. Thanks, guy. Alright, there is a puzzle here. We have to make it do the thing. This one's already done. I love how the fucking lanterns just light up. Oh, is this the hula hoop? She's very cool. I don't want her to die though. Summon your thing. I want to see. What are you gonna summon? A snake! Oh my god, that's really cool. Is this Baiju? Spoilers? Ooh. Did you get the fun stuff from the mystery meat? Oh, I haven't gone back to pick it up yet, no. Been feeling lost lately. Whatever I do is all in vain. Oh, friend, that's not a good space to be in. Is it something that you want to chat about? Like now? I can chat. It can feel, I feel like now during COVID, everything just feels kind of like lol. I just want to go move this fan slightly because it's like tickling my face permanently. But yeah, I just feel like this period of COVID, just everything feels like shit. And in South Africa especially feels like shit because of everything's difficult, man. You know, like everything is a struggle, everything is an issue, like nothing works the way. Even if you do everything exactly the way it needs to be done, it's still gonna, you know, especially Escom's gonna find a way to just disappoint you, to throw all of that away. Like, I do a lot of stuff, or I try and plan stuff for streams, but I can never do any of it because fucking load shedding messes with it every time. Like, how long have I been waiting to do my anniversary stream, but I just wasn't able to for ages now.
令令，这计赤，无处遁逃。
And it does feel like, you know, why the fuck should I bother kind of vibes. Because no matter what I do, at the end of the day, if ESCOM is like, haha guys, fuck you, you know, fuck you. Oh shit, Sydney! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Hey, 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 chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! How was your stream? What were you up to today, Sid? Good to see you. And thank you to all the raiders who came through as well. Did you guys have fun with Sid? Did he do anything goofy today? This is a free space in which you can shame the streamer if you want to. No, I'm joking. How are you handling the heat, Sid? Because I'm basically a puddle right now. I hate it here. It is warm unnecessarily. Oh, I have Nahida out. Lol. I knew that. Get him. Oh man, I love those crocodiles. We don't see them anywhere else, right? Paul, yeah? Did you get him? Because his banner's going away soon, isn't it? Oh, fuck, wrong thing. Oh shit! Yeah, he has a day left. Did you manage to get him? Was it the plan to get him? Or was it kind of like a last minute decision? You won the 50-50? Ooh, be right back. Sorry, guys. Yeah, yeah?
很多人的一生，
Oh shit, you won the 50-50? Congrats!
大多都是些无
Holy
聊的
shit.
故事。
The plan was to save for Focalors? Focalors? I don't know what her name is. Ah. But you know gacha addiction? Oh man, talking to me about gacha addiction? Listen, I haven't rolled on a banner. I did one roll on Alhaitan's banner and I got a Yao Yao and I was very happy with that. I got Farazan because I rolled for Ito, because that was a rerun. The last new character I got was Nahida. And I am so sad because I have to skip the next 4 banners, I think. 4? 3. I think it's 3 banners. In any case, I've got weeks of waiting before I can roll again. I currently have saved about 200 and something wishes, and I'm just like, I want to spend them, but I also don't, because someone said to me earlier, they were like, I heard that Baiju, Shenhe, and Kazuha are going to be on the same banner. I was like, no! And they were being super serial as well. So there's still time. No, shush. It's not happening. I'm not doing it. I need to save for the babies. Those are the 2 rerun characters that I really want. And I'm not allowed to spend. I'm not allowed to spend. I have to save for the babies. Sounds like a Hoyo thing to do. Oh, man. It's been over a year for Shenhe and she must still wait so long. I'm heartbroken, Sid. But congrats on getting the boy. I played a little bit with him in the Lisa. Oh yeah, that reminds me. In the Lisa event. Because I was like, oh, well, you know, I don't have him. I'm not going to get him anytime soon. I might as well just check him out, you know. Do not understand how the man works, but it's fine. Yay! Never going to see the light of day. Sorry, Lisa. Sorry, girly. I've never played with Lisa. And I have no intention of... Unless they do something to change her, I'm fine. You had nothing to do with Resin other than farm Zhao artifacts. Now you have to level him. And Yao Yao. Ooh! I love Yao Yao. Well, you can see she's in my team. Oh, she's so cute. It's worth it. Are there any besides the characters for what is that thing called? Whoa! That spooked me. Fontaine. Besides the Fontaine characters, are there any other characters that you're looking for? Are there any like reruns that you want to get stuff from? Oh no, it fell down. Broken Deborah, broken. You the brokers broke the. Ooh, hello, I'll take that. The brokers broke that was ever broken. Yeah, I have a lot saved up because I haven't done a lot of anything recently. I mean, I don't have a lot. I have 8 million, but I got nothing to do with it because I'm getting shat on in domains for artifacts, and I'm not building any characters at the moment because I don't really have anyone I want to build. Tenacity or Ocean Hue for Yao Yao. I don't know if she heals enough without Ocean. So whoops. So my Yao Yao is currently wearing shitty. I don't know. She got Tenacity on? Yeah, she's got Tenacity on. She doesn't have big heals. I didn't have a lot of damage, I guess. She does about 1,200. That's how much she normally does. But honestly, the bunny ticks so fast that it's not really an issue. At least I don't have an issue with it. Well, I mean... sometimes it's an issue, but that's a skill issue. The bunny does tick pretty fast. I think I've been seeing leaks of people's opinions about new artifact sets coming out. It looks like there's going to be a healer set that is focusing on EM. So I would say don't farm... 64? I have to collect 64 of these things. I would say don't farm anything new for Yao Yao. Just throw leftovers on her. So, you know, don't waste your time trying to farm something. Just in case the new set ends up being good for her. You want Baiju for Sino? I believe that Fontaine characters will have
Epic_bubble essay screamed you can ask chat to vote on what character you should build next.
Not a fucking old whorehouse bubble. It's not happening, mate. No. Because I have better things to do with my resin. I saw a video of this time trial thing. It's so weird. This is very weird. I hope I didn't miss any. I wasn't paying attention. I was like reading chat. We'll have the new burst mechanics. New burst mechanics and a new weapon type. Ooh. Nani? Okay, I haven't heard anything about that. I'm so behind on leaks and stuff. I have no idea what's going on. EM healing. Cookie is gonna get a buff again. I hope so. I hope it's true. It's just what I heard from a friend of a friend. A little birdie told me. It's not from leaks? Really? I just haven't been paying attention. The only stuff I've heard about from Fontaine is, or like stuff that I've seen is literally just leaks from the character models. That's all I've seen. Can't believe you don't trust us. Interesting that you're lumping yourself together with everyone else there, Bubble. But interesting new weapon type. I know there was a lot of speculation before. I feel like Hazel would have introduced like you know, unarmed combat as like a weapon type, but yeah. They were like, no, he has a catalyst. It could have been interesting. Yo, if this you look amazing. Thank you. I can't tell if that's a compliment or not. Steampunk inspired, meaning advanced tech. Ah. Oh. No sushi cats? Yes, Lily, because the description says no. It only works if I'm doing VTuber things. Are you feeling okay, Lily? No, I'm just teasing. Oh. You can't read? Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Sorry to hear that, Lily. I hope you get better soon. How are you, Lily? We can pretend that it fell and covered her UID. I'm gonna smack you guys. No more covering. The event is almost over, and then you can throw all the onigiris you want. I think the event is ending tomorrow. Pyro is the god of war. Hell yeah! Please and thank you. I don't know if you ever saw, someone had like a... There was like that little fire chibi. I don't know if it was like in a video or something. And I'm like, please, but please let that be the god of Natlan. I would love that. If I'm wrong, then the Sumeru characters will have reruns. Ah! Why are you saying that like they won't have reruns? What do you mean? I don't know. I just want more chibi characters that do damage. I'm tired of them being healers. Like, my baby who I waited 2 years for and she's a healer. And I'm like, come on, man. Give me peace. You've been walking around the edge of the map all day today, pretty much looking at what's been developed. Oh, really? You just having a look. You just peeking. Oh, this one's already done. I thought I was on Mahida. Which is fine. Wrong chibi. Oops. Fontaine is next. Yeah, it's almost confirmed, right? That Fontaine is next. I feel like we're not gonna see Natlan until the end, because if we do go Fontaine then Natlan, we're going like up and down. They might. I don't know. Do we even have all of Sumeru unlocked? Natland. Natland. It doesn't have a D at the end, but I'll take it. It's my land now. All of Natland is belong to me. Since it's hot as fuck. I mean, there's hotter places in the world, but today it's very warm. It is too warm. No, thanks, guy. Oh, I'll take that. Have I been in there? Hmm. Oh wait, I have been in here before, because we saw the giant robot. I'm just running around. I'm only on 60%. I probably have a lot to still see and do and whatever. I should probably continue with the story. Do I have load shedding? Actually, hold on. But you have to do the story to continue the exploration. Oh, I have load shedding at midnight. Fuck! I hate it here, guys. Anyway, yes, Dragon, you have to do the... Oh, I'm still in co-op mode. What the fuck? Is it this one? Imagine being in multiplayer. Okay, where the fuck am I going? Where the fuck? GG's Hassan! Hassan, what's the weather like for you at the moment? I know you said that the wind is very strong, but like, is it hot? Does it ever get cold there? That's a Sealy. I'm gonna go do that quick, because Lord knows I'm gonna forget if I leave it. It's cold? Need to go find Pearl. Left eye feels like it's trying to escape. Oh my god. Headache? If it's a... Oh! What the fuck? There's just a thing sitting there. If it is a headache and it is behind your eye, I think V told me that it's a cluster headache. You get lots of different flavors of headaches. Thanks, guy. $5 degrees? You're gonna have snow in 5 degree? What? Man, we have cold weather in South Africa, but we don't get snow. We get, like, on the mountains. Oh! That guy was alive. Whoops. I'm just gonna leave him to do his thing over there. I don't want to be a part- Ow! I don't want to be a part of that. Mate, let me just get my treasure. That's what they say. Have you seen snow before, Hassan? Has it happened before? Because either way, that's pretty cool. Last year you had a thick snowstorm? What? Oh man. That's crazy. Weather is a weird thing. I don't understand how that works. Like, we only get like on the mountains, so we have two like noteworthy mountains, I guess, in South Africa. The first one, of course, being Table Mountain. And the other one is the Drakensberg. And sometimes we'll get snow on them, but I don't know. It doesn't affect most people, because, like, it's not places where people generally live. Aircon all the way. He's gonna have the aircon on anyway. Yep. It's kind of bad because our homes are built to maintain the cold. Ah. I see. Yeah, to keep you cool, right? Boop. This just makes a wind tunnel, right? Doesn't do anything else. Probably. It's already on. The sun. My goodness. Yeah, there's a wind tunnel. Does it take us anywhere interesting? No? Okay, that's fine as well. See, Hassan, this is why you should play Genshin, because they have the desert. So you can have the desert in the game as well. You don't have to miss out on the sandstorms. You can run around in it in game. I have done this one already. What is that? You prefer the real life one? Okay, fair enough. Oh, I've done that one already as well. Damn it! Oh, I was supposed to be going to do story, wasn't I? I teleported here and got distracted. I think I saw a Sealy or something and I was just like, oh, shiny! I'm gonna go do that. And then, yeah. Completely forgot. There's a chest down there. I'm just gonna do that quickly and then we'll go back and do the story. I promise. And it's a shitty chest as well. God damn it. Ow. Whoa, jeez, that guy's health got shredded, bro. So sorry for your loss. Not really. Yoda, what characters are you looking forward to? Who are you excited for? And what news have you heard? I'm so behind. I don't understand why I'm so behind on everything. I have no idea what's going on in Genshin at the moment. I'm not even seeing leaks anymore. I'm not seeing nothing. I don't know why. Both on Twitter, on Instagram, I ain't seeing jack shit. Squat diddlies. Whoa! There's a lot of boys here that I missed. Okay. I'm missing labor. Okay. Cool. Let's go look for some bricks. Guys, I was supposed to do story. For fuck's sake. Ah. Shenhe, Nilo, and Dia. You're still gonna get Dia even though people haven't been saying nice things about her? Oh my god, these are just all of them. Oh, that's not the one I needed. Oh, I see. Does that mean I killed the yield in there? This is intense, man. You got nothing to lose? People in hiding since the fontaine. What was this one again? I think it was that, and then this was the crocodile. I think. What is this? Oh no! Raiden. Wah! I wanna die. Why are you like this? No? I don't feel like fighting those guys, so I'm just gonna go away. Oh! Okay. I don't know how I fucked that up, but you know. cool. This is fine. Stop pointing down. Driving me insane. Okay, so what was that other thing that I needed? There's a little pillar there. I'll go do the story now. I just want to do this one thing. This one thing, and it's gonna take me how long to do? Although I think this stuff should be relatively easy to find. And there's only really one that I need anyway, so... Gotta be here somewhere. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ah! That's not the one I needed. I think the one I needed was called Labor. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What? There's a chest! Let's go do that. It's probably where the thing is. I just saw it under the... Cool, bro. Cool story, bro. Jesus. Man's got exploded. Okay, so the thingy was under here. Boop! That's also not the one I needed. God damn it! Why is it the last one? What the fuck is this? I make bad choices, apparently. Oh, there's a boy here. These are not the changey ones. Oh, those are the changey ones. Let's go do it quick. While we're here, while we're in the neighborhood. Wait, but there's more? Oh no. Oops. I think it's that way. Okay, well, since we're in the neighborhood... I hope something someday needs these materials. You know? Okay. Whoa! Imaginary onigiri, let's motherfucking go! Imagine if I just whipped out an onigiri the one day and you were all just like, what the fuck? To be fair, I could probably make. No, I just need to get the right rice. This is also not the right... What the fuck? Do you like gum? What kind of gum? And why? What a weird question, Hassan. What is the... Where is this question going, I guess? Get deleted. That would be amazing. Yeah? Maybe when we move to Cape Town, I'll have a kitchen that isn't like with the lighting of a fucking dungeon. Because like, my kitchen's dark and turning the light on does nothing for it. Turning the light on does nothing. It stays dark. I do not enjoy cooking in that kitchen. It is painful at best. What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, Tiff. I hope you're doing well. I used to be the gum fairy, where I would go through and give gum to people with stinky breath at work. Did they know? Did they know why they were receiving gum? Did they know that they were being visited by the stank mouth fairy? Ah, what the bro? Get a life. You gave it to everyone so they wouldn't know. Oh my god. You know what the problem is? One of the biggest problems. So bad breath, if I'm not mistaken, it comes from the bacteria in your mouth. That's what gives you stank mouth. One of the problems with working in an office is that you spend a fair amount of time, 1, drinking coffee, and 2, just sitting around, wasting oxygen. And by doing that, the bacteria just fungalungs in your mouth and does its thing, right? That's why your breath be stank. You're not airing out your mouth. It's just sitting there being stanky by itself. I'm not saying go talk to all of your colleagues, you know, but just consider for a moment. Drink some water. Go get a breath of fresh air if your company allows you to take care of yourself. What the fuck is this place? This is awful to navigate. My god. There we go. Finally, the last fucking one. Right, now where was this piece of shit pillar? It was close to here, I think. Is it over here? Do people say eating gum? Oh, you would say chewing gum. So you chew gum. You wouldn't eat gum. So typically, if you're gonna eat something, it means that you, like, swallow it. Not always the case, though, because technically you can drink soup as well. Hey, yo! Wait, what? Huh? Joggin! What have you done? Oh my god, my stream is very broken. Oh, you guys were playing me like a fool again. Oh my goodness. Thank you. I can't believe you done this. Was the word chew? Thank you for the 20 gifted subs that went to Rapids, Rum Nizzle, Wafu, Lonely Llama, another llama, Day, Luna, Brainman, Tanya, Goomba, Vic got one, Knife, Sean, Datorix, Milky got one, Synonym, Samwise, Alex, Tran. I was chatting to Tran and Ebbs today. Echo and Josie. Thank you. Oh yeah, chewing was the word? How do you even pick these words? What the heck, man? So is this like is this a word game for her son to try and figure out how to make me say a word? He has to then go and think of a way to get to get the answer out of me. Sneaky. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies, Papa T! Hey! Chilling with the homies, chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! I didn't even know you were streaming, homie. Did you guys end up going to McDonald's though? Thank you for the raid, Puppety. Did you have fun? You were playing Call of Duty. Call of Duty as a parent. Oh no! She died. And Mama B is here as well. Mama B, did you end up getting ice cream? Because I was telling Puppety to tell you I don't know if you could hear me earlier, but I was telling him to tell you to get the passion fruit McFlurry. Cause it's so good. You did go to McDonald's? I hope you got the McFlurry. These people are busy having a discussion and I'm like sitting here talking about ice creams. This guy's talking about something. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Probably. And also, Mama B, how are you doing? I know it's hot as fuck at the moment. I'm dying. Word game didn't start out that way. I originally told his son just to keep me honest so I wouldn't change the goalpost, so to speak. But his son always brought it upon himself to get you to say it. So now I'm going to think of tougher words. I see, I see. But I think it's nice. Maybe what you can do is give him a difficult word. Give him one that he wouldn't know, that maybe he would have to go and search, like look up online and be like, oh, what is this word? How the fuck do I get Tato to say this? I think that could be a lot of fun. Not me killing my Raiden like that, but you know, it's okay. Whoops. Make it a learning opportunity for him. He has to learn English. You didn't! You chose a caramel sundae. Those can also be very nice though. Wasn't sure if the passion fruit one was nice. Mama B is my favorite. My boyfriend doesn't even ask me. If he's getting ice creams, that's what he gets me. No questions asked. If you like the flavor of passion fruit, so like, I love passion fruit lemonade. It's like my favorite drink to get if we ever go out to eat. Doesn't matter where we go, I will ask for it. So I really like that flavor, but they also have these like little biscuits, but it's also cheesecake. So it's passion fruit cheesecake. So it has that like cheesecakey flavor, but it's also got these teeny tiny little biscuits. And they had a blueberry flavor years ago that was exactly the same. It was blueberry cheesecake. It had the little biscuits. It had the cheesecakey flavor, but then it had like a blueberry syrup. This one is just now with passion fruit. So if you like passion fruit and cheesecake and little biscuits, oh, I can never finish it because it's just too much, but oh, it's so fucking good. Especially when it's hot. Oh, I'm dying in the weather lately. Ooh, hello. We're going inside. You want to join? Mao, what are you joining in on? What are you doing? You want ice cream as well? Are we going to McDonald's? We're going through the drive-thru. I'll include you in the word discussion next time. This is going to be fun. Ah, what the heck, man? Unless you mean McDonald's, then yes, that too. Puppetee's made us all want to go get McDonald's now. Oh wait, one more. You described it so passionately, I'll give it a try. And that is how I get people to play this game as well, Mama B. I have a way of convincing people to do things. I hope you at least like passion fruit though. Like, if you don't like the flavor of passion fruit, you know, don't have it. But my goodness, it's the little biscuits and the cheesecakey flavor that are so good.
That shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-Yes.
That shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A. Yes, it is. It's so good. And I'm not that big on cheesecake itself. Like, cheesecake is good, but oh fuck, I'm stuck in a cutscene now. Uruguay is just throwing bunnies everywhere, or radishes, whatever. They're exploding behind him. Yeah. It's just, oh, it's my favorite. If I'm feeling sad, he knows to get me the passion fruit cheesecake. Looks like we're heading back to McDonald's again. Now I feel like, wait, what? You ordered Taco Bell for lunch? And now I feel like does your stomach hurt? Yeah, I've never... I think the only time I've had issues with Where the frick are these things? The only times I've had issues with takeaways is when, like, if it's, like, not cooked properly or whatever. Like, I don't think we have any takeaways that are just, like... I mean, I wanted to say unhealthy, but we definitely have unhealthy things. We don't have things that just make you feel like rubbish, exactly. I think the worst thing that I've ever eaten, and I love it the most, is KFC. That stuff can be so bad for you sometimes. Let's not go that way for now. The oiliness, like, sometimes it can be really bad. And that's probably one of the worst things I've ever eaten, health-wise. Does your McDonald's not have the cheesecake ones? I'm so sorry to hear that. That's so weird though, because it was like a limited time thing that they brought. They brought the blueberry one. God, years ago at this point. Fucking ages ago. And for the longest time I was super sad. Because they were just like, oh yeah, it was a limited time thing, we're not bringing it back. I was like, what the why you gotta be like that? Because I'm pretty sure it sold well. And I'm pretty sure this passion fruit one is selling well as well, because I keep telling everyone to eat it. So it's gotta be selling well, right? But yeah, I was very sad when they stopped selling the blueberry one. And for years, they didn't have anything like it. And then just randomly, they were like, oh yeah, we're bringing out passion fruit one. I was like, what the? With no warning, nothing. Is this where I need to put the things? I've forgotten completely how to do this. Yep, okay, we're on the right track. That's quite sad. It is! And, I don't understand their fascination with, like, removing things and making it limited time. Because it's not like I'm gonna be eating it every day. Like, it's a treat, you know? And then it's just gone. I feel like it would do a lot better if they just keep it. Especially the blueberry. I feel like blueberry is a much more popular flavor than passion fruit. As much as I love passion fruit, I'm pretty sure blueberry is, like, very popular. What am I supposed to do? I've forgotten. Shit. Is it this one? Oh, what did I click on? What did it say? Go to top level. That is not what I wanted to do, right? Oh, no. We're good, we're good. We used to get loads of different McFlurries, but then they just stopped, and now it's only M&M and Oreo. You guys got M&M? We only have Oreo McFlurry, and I was pretty sure that they had other ones. They had, like, I'm pretty sure there was, like, a strawberry one, there was a chocolate one, which honestly I think was just the Oreo one with, like, a chocolate syrup. I don't think there was anything special about it. I'm pretty sure we've had other ones. I can't quite remember now. I'm not a big fan of ice cream. Because I don't like cold food that much. Even cold drinks I'm not too keen on. But when it's hot, it's nice. Because it helps cool you down. But yeah, we have the Oreo one. And currently we have the passion fruit cheesecake. So good! Fuck. Just thinking about the little biscuits now, that's probably my favorite part, is the little biscuits. It reminds me of, like, shortbread. They're like little shortbread bickies. Kind of like, what are those, like Dippin' Dots? Like, basically like that size. Ah, so good, man. Chocolate vanilla swirl with the flake? Was that something that they had at McDonald's? I remember growing up, ice cream with the flake in was, you know, the good shit. But I don't know. I don't really see a lot of places doing soft serve anymore. Do we get to blow something up again? Because the last time we went into these giant robots... Oh, wait. I had something I meant to post on the Discord earlier and then I forgot. And it's something for her son. The rat balls. Oh my god. Hasana banana. Okay. You have Dairy Queen? Oh, Dairy Queen. Don't they have that thing where if they flip the one thing upside down, it's not supposed to fall? Whoa. What are we supposed to be shooting though? Whoops. Oh, the whole thing is moving? What have I done? Oh my god. The blizzard? It came before the McFlurry. Pretty sure that was the idea behind the name. Is this guy a bad guy? Oh my god. What the fuck is going on? Am I just... Oh man, I was trying to shoot the bird. We actually had recently, a McDonald's was like not selling any ice creams, and we think it's because the ice cream machine was broken, but we don't know if it was because of load shedding maybe that they weren't selling ice creams, or if there was another reason. I just thought it funny because like you see all those memes online where I'm guessing it's America, where they're like, oh yeah, the ice cream machine is broken. Because we never had an issue with that before. But now, like, recently, we've had issues with that. Because the one time, it was like... not late at night, but like... late-ish. I really wanted ice cream. But the McDonald's, you could buy literally anything else. You could buy... I think you could buy milkshakes? Oh wait, do I need, like, power crystals or something? Restore power. Oh. Was probably this. I think you could buy like milkshakes, but you couldn't get like any kind of ice cream, and he was so annoyed because, you know, milkshake only does so much. Where's this bad boy? The fucking angle rotation shit breaks my brain. I can't. Is it the pile of sand? Oh yeah, yeah. Very factual memes. Why are they always broken though? What's happening there? Are you guys okay? You got load shedding, but it's for the ice cream machines instead. Oh no. There's a theory that there's some wacky automated cleaning schedule. Oh? Why does it say lower? What? Oh, that's confusing. Anyway, they just say broken so people don't get annoying. Listen, if someone told me that something needed to be cleaned, I would be the most understanding. I would be like, yeah, that's fine. Because it should be getting cleaned. Like, I don't know, man. it's you know, if it requires maintenance, if it requires time to be cleaned, let it be cleaned. To be fair, we used to get people who got annoyed with us. So we had this it was basically like a mini oven, but like not like a microwave oven, but like an actual oven. Kind of like an air fryer, but like industrial. Not industrial in size, just industrial in strength. This thing got exceptionally hot, very fast, and I don't know how to pronounce your name. Mamad? I don't know. I'm sorry. I can't read very well, but thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Yeah. These things got fucking hot, but it was a bit of a bitch to clean as well. So, like, we had to switch it off so that it could cool down enough for us to be able to clean it without burning ourselves. We had to switch it off like an hour. Luke? Man mad. I don't know if I said it correctly that time either, but thank you for trying to explain to me. Like, Luke? Would I be able to call you Luke? Like a short name? Do you have like a shorter name that I can call you? Me, I'm just Nat or Tato. Short name. You had a similar thing for pizzas? Yeah. That makes sense for pizzas because you would need it hot and fast. But yeah, so like we had to turn it off like well before the end of the day, which means we had to stop serving. I think it was like pies and toasted sandwiches or something. We had to stop serving it quite early so that we had enough time to clean it. And people were very annoying about that. We're like, you don't want us to clean it? Should we leave it dirty? We've been using it the whole day? Okay, so he still cares about her safety. So he still cares. I don't know. I feel like he's sketchy, man. I'm a bit worried. He seemed like a nice character before, but now I'm a little bit unsure. I hope he stays nice, to be honest. We go this way? Yes, we go this way. Are we going back out through the arm? Okay. I have no idea what's going on. Besides the fact that we're turning on another one of these giant robots. Seems like a bad idea. Oh right, we made a hole in the ground or in the wall, so we need to go through it now? Ah, I see. There it is. Because he punched the wall. Very normal thing to do. So this guy's alive, right? That's how this works. We go ba and a ba. Wow.
Would you like a cup of water?
Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now. Do I? Yaku, I look thirsty. Is it okay if I drink Coke? Because the Coke is cold. My water, I've been drinking it like the whole stream, but it's like room temperature. The Coke is still cold for now. It's technically not a proper hydrate because it's basically just sugar water. Drink the water, Dan. Yuck. This belongs in the toilet. It's even toilet temperature. Sis! Imagine drinking Coke instead of water. Meow does not drink water. I've been to his house a couple times at this point. But this man does not drink any water. He runs on the sugar. He doesn't even eat anything. He just simply drinks Coke. Runs off the sugar. If you drink it, it'll eventually get there. To the toilets? Yeah. Belongs in the toilet and proceeds to drink it. Because you told me to drink it! What the fuck? You telling me to put toilet water in my mouth? Shame on you. All water belong to toilets. It eventually goes there, right? Like Jargon just said. Tato is toilet. No, Toto is toilet. Toileto-chan is toilet. I am not toilet. Nay, you're gonna open a weird can of worms if you call me a toilet. Please don't. Let us, Tomato and Ham, not have that conversation, please. Excuse me, my Coke is sugar-free. Okay, okay, okay. The caffeine? Coke have caffeine? You're sweet enough already? He is very sweet. Too sweet, in fact. I need a sugar-free Mao. Can't believe your gift sub fell on me. Ah, Wolfoo! I hope you're doing good. Enjoy the emotes. I have, Genshin Impact emotes. I'm trying to think. Some of them are of me. You don't need to use those ones, but the Genshin Impact ones are very cute. Ow, you stinky mushroom. Haven't seen you since the raid last week. Yeah, I'm probably looking a little different from what you saw last week as well. This is my people face. I use it sometimes. You can have sugar-free, but I always come with caffeine. Yeah, that's fair. You've been streaming? Well, I mean, my people face. I think when you raided me, I was a VTuber. Now I'm very much a people. A person. There's shiny flowers here. Stan streamers that go VTuber, non-VTuber for variety. It's nice, it's nice. It's like when I'm sick or tired, or if I just don't feel like showing my face, can do VTuber things. But it's also fun to like play with the VTuber stuff. Like I recently found one on Twitter. Do you also do VTuber and Peepo things? Cause yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. Did I follow you? I did, okay. Cause I think I forgot to follow you while I was streaming, and then I remembered afterwards. I was like, oh hell no! So I had to go and follow. But yeah, I found a really cute one on Twitter. It's kind of like a, it almost looks like a drawing. It's like a sketchy look. It's very, very cute. I think I posted it on Twitter today. I hate these parts where there's just like no speaking, and I'm like, why? Why are we sitting here in silence? I know it's just a world quest, but damn. Okay. I did not look at what they were talking about though, so I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. Look for the passage to proceed. You wanted to try VTubing? Oh, yes! I can even make some recommendations, Wolfu. If you want like something that's free and easy to use, right here, right now, I can make some recommendations. Oh, there we go. So that's some of the stuff that I have. So I have a 3D model with Vroid, but you need another program for your face tracking, which is called VC Face. Vroid is on Steam. I think you just download VC Face. Then the second one there, it's the 2D model via VTuber Kit. That one is the one that you would have seen when you raided me. There was another one though. Let me just link it quick. I posted it on Twitter today. Should be easier to find. So this is a new one that I've tried out. Whoa, what is happening? Why have I got notifications? I just want to share so you can see. This one. Alright, yeah. So this is the one that I made, the new one that I want to use. It is made by this person. And it's called Mochan. So let me just copy this tweet. They did update it as well. Like, was this yesterday? I don't know what today's date is. LOL. I don't know, man. I just know it's Monday. So you can customize it. It is a little bit confusing at first, but if you go to the website for this thing, so you go to this thing to download it, there's a video that shows you how to change everything. And it's not bad once you just sit down and actually go through it. But yeah, so those are the 3 essentially free. I didn't have to pay anybody. I didn't have to have any art made. Yeah, so this is just a fun one that I want to try it out. I want to do something new, something different. I always have I have the little bear ears. I have the same hairstyle. The clothing will change. You know, it'd be like that. I'm trying to see if there's a picture of my other one. I don't think I have a picture of my other one anywhere. Ah! Darkness! Okay, no, it doesn't look like it. But it's fine, you know. Such a blessing people made all that free. Yeah, I think it's very nice. And especially the VTuber kit. I've been using that one for a while now, and it's honestly so stunning. The person who made that one, like, they will stream as well when they're doing updates for it. We're constantly seeing like new things that they're adding and fixing bugs and stuff. The creators, the creator is lovely. Not too familiar with this creator because I think they're Chinese, so they always respond in Chinese on Twitter posts. So I haven't engaged with them, but I think they're a very sweet person. And they've made a really nice style. It's like really different. I like it. I haven't used the new one yet. I only just fiddled around with it today, but I will probably use it maybe tomorrow. So yeah. Because yeah, I cannot afford to pay hundreds of dollars for a model. I wish I could, because some people do some insane shit, and I have a lot of friends who also make things like that, and I have so many artist friends, but my currency is really bad. My currency is really, really bad. Okay, I need to move this guy. So yeah, it's not something that I can afford, but being able to promote other people's things and be like, hey, look, this person made this really cool thing, you should check it out. Oh wait, how do you do this again? Do you attack it to turn it? Aha! Aha! Yes, you do. Okay. Yeah, so, you know, like exposure bucks, unfortunately. That's all I can offer for now. Did I do it? Custom models and rigging can be so pricey. It can, but I've been seeing so many, like, some people make like chibi characters, like the chibi BBs, and they're a little bit cheaper, but even then it's still quite expensive. And it's understandable because I know the rigging process takes a lot of time. It's a lot of work. So I can understand. I can understand the price. It's just not within my budget. I don't feel good about this. Yeah, I didn't think so. I need to turn this off somehow. What am I supposed to do? A ton of work, yeah. And it also depends, like, ooh, there's a button. Can I press the button? Oh, I can! Yes! Okay, this boy again. The complexity that some people go to. So there's a VTuber from my country, Gamagachi, and she's doing her own art, her own rigging and everything, and she's putting so much work. She calls it her season 2, so it's like a new model that she's making. She's putting so much work into it, and it's so exciting to see her like work on everything over time. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for season 2. I'm very excited. Gamma's such a blessed bean. She is. She's the best bean. And this guy? Okay, well, I don't want to be your friend anyway. Oh! Excuse you. We were just talking about Gamma? Yes, we were. But you were also? How Gamma's such good bean. Also, Yoda, did you see the new VTuber thing that I want to use? Ah, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies, chicken wing. What the fuck? Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, 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 chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. It's also 11 o'clock at night, so I shouldn't be screaming so loudly. Welcome, Raiders. Who was playing tonight? I cannot call you guys by that name. It's against my personal beliefs. There's two lovely people in that account, but I don't know who was playing. You were on tonight, Mr. Speeb. You need a different name. I can't call you guys that. I can't. In my heart, in my soul, I cannot call you that. I feel terrible. Did you have fun though? You were playing Phasmophobia? I could never. But yes, thank you again for the raid. Much appreciated. That's half the fun? No! No, 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 no. I can't be calling you... No. It's too harsh. If it was maybe a stranger, someone I didn't know. You nearly pooped yourself a few times. Are you wearing your brown pants? You gotta wear your brown pants when you be playing that game. What time is it there? 11? Yeah, it's almost. It's like 3 minutes. No, hold on. The time on my PC is wrong somehow. It's 5 to 11 in South Africa. Now I have 2 windows to Tato. Mao doing the lurkies. Oh gosh. I have that sometimes, but I'll be lurking someone else and then they raid me and then I'm lurking myself and I'm just like, no thank you. What time is it for you, Warfu, if you don't mind me asking? My hair is tickling my face because my fan is blowing. You can kind of see my hair move a little bit. It's like sticking up at the back. Almost 3 p.m. That's a big time difference. I'm bad at math though, so maybe it's not that big. Wait, what did that button open? Did it open this door? Is that your time or are you just telling us the time there? Chocolate. Once I get camera, then I can finally use VTuber Kit. Can you not use your phone as a camera? Yoda? Also, yes, Yoda, the VTuber thing. I did post it on... I feel like I'm having 4 different conversations at the same time here. What was I saying? Oh, on Twitter. Oh. On Twitter, I posted a... It's like a sketchy one. I shared it the other day, and then I was like, ah yes, I must go do this. And I think I opened it on stream on Saturday? And I couldn't figure it out when I was streaming. But I did it today. When I had time to make mistakes and be done. Anyway. Oh, you can't do pepper cam. I guess. I see. 8-hour difference, 1/3 of a day. Yeah. You're not real. So, So I live in South Africa, obviously. Jargon lives in America. He lives on the East Coast. And at the moment, he is 7 hours behind. But I think, is it in March? Then the time shifts again. Do you have anything like that where the time changes with the seasons? Because we don't do that in South Africa. Like, it's not necessary. I think it's because we're in the Southern Hemisphere. I don't know a lot of places in the Southern Hemisphere that do that. I feel like it's a very Northern Hemisphere thing to do because of the way that the Earth is tilted or whatever. I don't know. I'm not very smart. Something to do with that. You didn't change the time? Did you used to? It is March. It's soon. It is soon, actually. It's already fucking February. Meanwhile, January had 68 days. What the fuck? You do it in Mexico too? Oh, right. Yes, it is. Okay. It is Northern Hemisphere. I don't know exactly where the line is because...
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Luna. Have you slept? If you come here and you told me you haven't slept, I'm gonna chase you away. You better go to sleep. What was I saying? Oh, right. I don't know where the equator sits exactly. Even for Africa, I have to, like, look at the map and be like, ah, yes. So, you know. I'm not smart on a good day. Geography was lacking and... Ow, you fuck! Okay, very unnecessary burst, but whatever. You got a notification? A convenient excuse, Luna. Did you sleep though? Did you sleep though? He's gonna come here and say no. Give me your mother's number. I'll phone her quick. I'm doing good, Luna. How are you? Is it Emery? I don't know if I'm reading that correctly. Hello. Hi. The start of South America. Oh, really? At the top part of Africa? I think the equator... I don't think it's quite in the middle of Africa. I think it's a bit further away. Why are we oo-wooing? Why are we oo-woos? We don't oo-woo for free? We don't? Oh, when are you guys gonna start paying me for oo-woo then? Why am I giving oo-woos for free? This is a blundiferous blunder on my part. How much shall I charge for one? One uwu, please. How much? What's the going rate? What's the going rate? It's a hard name, especially because it's an Arabic name. It's like Omar? I don't know if I said that correctly. 10? Isn't that like... No, Hassan, that's like 250 bucks. 250 bucks for an uwu. Please be serious. Be serious, Hassan. Be serious. Why so expensive? Hassan, you better be writing nice things only. I'm gonna fight you otherwise. I'm watching you. Okay, wait. I need to pay attention for a second. What am I doing? We've just been talking about selling uwus here, so I have no idea what's going on in this game. You slept on Saturday? But you haven't slept today. Is Fozzie not asleep now? Can't you sleep? You also haven't slept? Why are y'all not sleeping?
无处遁逃。小牵手，
Give me your grandmother, your mother, give me someone in your family's number so I can call them and be like, hey, come beat this child. You gotta do some chores. No worries, Wolfu. I will unfortunately be ending stream in about an hour-ish, maybe a bit later.
Totally Anonymous donated $5. Can I have a discounted uwu?
Uwu? You want a discounted uwu? Does that count? Thank you, Anonymous. I don't know who that was. Trash. Happy end of stream. Oh, thank you, thank you. You didn't sleep yesterday either? Oh my goodness. You could message Fozzie. Is Fozzie gonna fight with you? It's good business. Pay for uwus. This is a slippery slope. No. This is a slippery slope. We're not gonna be doing paid uwus, I reckon, because I'm being requested to ara and uwu as well, and I'm just like, hey. No. You woke up now? You woke up now? Oh, are you saying... What? Are you a student by any chance, Amar? Because
我来陪你一起想吧。
Naruto-kun is also a student, and I mean, he's on holiday now, so he can stay up late if he wants to. But sometimes he would wake up at like 3 p.m., 4 p.m. He would stay up very late at night because he wants to play League of Legends. Okay, I think I have to solve this puzzle so that I can actually make progress, so I can actually continue. Let's focus for a second. We need to find a 2 and a 3. Did I see any? Probably. You're not a student? You're just not sleeping? Oh my goodness. You need to give me your mother's phone number so I can phone her and tell her you're not sleeping. Then she can fight with you. You're 19? Even more reason. You're still young. You need to sleep. Luna, you as well. When are you going to sleep? Give me Fazi's number. He'll be like, you got my number? So sick. Never? Huh. What? What do you mean never? You're never gonna sleep? Or you're never giving me Fazi's number? No, you can't have my number. I want your mother's number. I'm gonna phone your mother and tell her you're not sleeping. She's gonna give you the chancla of death. Okay, now where was the other ones? Was there more in here? Did I see them, but I just didn't perceive them? Oh, there's a waypoint up there. Shit. You're already a Chi-Chi. You don't need... Ah, you don't sleep? Your mom would use a slipper if she was still around. Yeah. That's the chancla. The chancla is the slipper, the flip-flop. You know, it's whatever's on the foot. It gets thrown. Ah! Don't dox your mom. I was making a joke. Don't be sharing people's numbers. It was fake? Oh, I hope so. I hope so. But just in case. I was not gonna look long enough to read the actual number. Hassan gave us his dad's number once. He did! And he wrote it he wrote it on my Discord. Or did he write it in chat here as well? He did it, I'm pretty sure he did it at least twice. And then we had to tell him not to do that because someone was gonna call his dad. For realsies. Wait, what? Did you ban yourself, Puppety? If you're gonna ban, you need to ban someone. You need to choose someone to ban. It's her number. Don't write her number in public where other people can see it. What if someone strange calls her, and then she's gonna be confused? Oh, here's the other two. Oh man, I could have gone in there that whole time, but anyway. No! Oh my goodness, I want to cry. Stop it! There we go. What was the other one? Raiden, please. Oh, thank God. You want someone to call her? No, you call her. No, actually, maybe don't. Not at this hour. It's too late to be calling parents. How? I thought that would fix this, to be honest, but maybe I need to do something else. Did I come from here? Or I got distracted and I went up here, but I don't think I looked around much. There was stuff up here. You want me to call her? No, no, no. I do not call people. I was making a joke. Cause if you're not gonna listen to other people that you should sleep, you should listen to your mother. Phones. The only time I talk to people, like, voice, is, you know, through stream, obviously. For obvious reasons. And on Discord. I refuse to phone anyone. But I will go and sit in a Discord chat and talk to people. Don't ask me why it's different. It just is. Make this make sense. Your sister would kill? What, you? Your sister? So you need to give me your sister's number is what you're saying. Sister's number, please, Luna. Or does she have Discord? Let's go look this way. You were gonna scare me? No, don't scare me. I'm easily frightened. Don't scare me. Oh! I forgot we were doing this. Haha. Let's go, little buddy. Or not. Yeah, that's also fun. Drop the mom's Discord. Your sister has Discord? Even better. Even better, Luna. I need to keep an eye on the time now because, ooh! Because the power's going out! By the way, where are you from? I'm from South Africa. She's in Vic and Fozzie's Discord? Really? That's pretty cool, though. Whoops. Are we going down that way? Timers? Oh. We can maybe set the 30-minute one, actually. That might not be too bad. Yay! Because then it gives me time to prepare to get ready. Wow! No, 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 no. Yay! Look at that good bunny. Such a good boy. How can I help you today? Oh my god. Is that F&B? Hello. Hi. I have way too many videos of stupid moments. Oh yeah? Have you ever posted them on Facebook, Dreamy?
收下吧，与我无用。
Because I mean... It's that or Twitter. I think you have Twitter. Post them for the world to see. We want to see. We want to see. Is it, you posted them on TikTok? Oh, Dreamy, I need to go and look because I'm very bad with TikTok. I don't know how you do it because I haven't figured out TikTok yet. I feel like I'm too old to use TikTok. She likes to be called Miss Miko. I'll see if I ever come across her name then. You forgot to post them? Yeah, you must post them on Twitter as well. I come to check the game out and your accent is awesome. Thank you. I'm from South Africa, but I'm told by the people that all South Africans sound different, so maybe that's not very helpful. Proceed deeper and it says go higher. Hello? Hello? Girl, please. Be serious. Just for a second, be serious. Gambling Ivy? Would that be on like Vix server? I think I'm on Vix, but I'm not on Farsies. I don't think I'm on Farsies. I'm on so many Discords though, to be honest. But I don't use all of them. You like this channel? Thank you. Did I pronounce your name correctly? You said it was Omar. I don't know if I said that correctly. Cookie in a swimsuit! Oh my goodness. Where are you from? I'm from South Africa. I think I mentioned before I'm from South Africa. Ooh, 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 ooh. I've been kind of lazy with picking those up lately, so I definitely need more. Yeah, Papa T represents. Thank you for the hearts, Yoda. Cookie. I love Cookie. Cookie's best girl. She just didn't want to come home for me, so you know. C0. Not even one constellation for my girlie. Watch her be on a banner that I'm skipping. Fucking hell. I'm gonna cry.
It's bananas.
B-A-N-A, yes, that's it. It's bananas. B-A-N-A, yes. That it is. That shit is indeed bananas. Okay. Now what? Ooh. The stairs going down. Okay. This is so confusing. Thank you for the lurkies, Lunar! This is why I hate it when people say that South Africans have a very sexy accent. Do people say that? Nay, bro. We have so many accents here. First of all, it's very hard to just pick one. But sexy? Nay. Absolutely not. I cannot stand the sound of my own voice. I find it very difficult to watch my VODs. Mama, you got doo-doos now? Sweet dreams, Mao. We chat tomorrow. Bye, bye, bye. Oh, and confettis! We're having a celebration at your departure, Mao. Okay, hold on. I think I need to go down here because I can't see where else I need to go. Never mind. Here's a little paw. Let's go. Make fancy, please. Shiny, shiny baby. So yeah, Jargon, to answer your question from the other day, I think you definitely need to do the story. to do like all the exploration stuff, because there's those other like those little orbs that only she can dispel. So yeah. I'm sorry. It's fucking what was that other thing that they had? I keep wanting to call it permission, but you know what I'm talking about. Clearance. The fucking clearance all over again. Permission. Ugh. It's nice to meet someone like you. Like me? Thank you. My brain stopped working. Fucking clearance. Ugh. And honestly, it just makes me not want to explore. For the longest time, I didn't want to explore the desert because it was just like so tiring. Thinking about the clearance stuff. I was just like, nope, I do not want to. Now she's talking about fruit. I'm very confused. Papa T! Thank you for the puppies! Aww. Oh, he's lifting his ear. Thank you. You have no desire at all? You'll just never explore the desert because this is now how we play Genshin. We prevent people from exploring, which is typically a very fun part of the game, but you may not do it now. You must play the story in order to explore. You have to because of the tree. This thing. But now they've locked it again. It's like stuck at level 40. And I'm busy doing all this exploration for what? Like, oh, nice. I have 69. You're at level 14? Oh, I think mine is... Yeah, they closed it at like 40 again, so yeah. You gotta go. It's nice to meet you too. Have a wonderful evening. Go sleep. Go to sleep. Take care of yourself. Phone your mother tomorrow and tell her that you love her. But also go to sleep.
Pop_T_08 screamed in the beninging.
In the beninging! Papa. Papa T. I did look today, Papa T, at some of the clips that people made recently, and someone had your back. Someone clipped me saying in the beninging, so at some point when I get around to it, I will make a... I will make a thing for you. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hey, 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 chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, 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 chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. More chicken wings? There's always more chicken wings to go around. Slick dude, bro, guys. Slick, how are you doing? How was your stream? You were playing Star Wars? Damn. In the beninging. Yes. In the beninging. Did you have a good time, friend? Is that the Fallen Order? Is that the one where you play like the young guy character? Because I've watched some people play Star Wars games, but I can't think now which one that is. My knowledge of Star Wars is very old school. Like, back in my day. You know, kind of things. I watched 4, 5, and 6 more times than I can count. But I didn't watch anything after 1, 2, and 3. I think I watched those like once and then I was like, okay, I'm done. And then And then I played Knights of the Old Republic, and I played a bit of the MMO, and now, like, I've kind of fallen out of touch with Star Wars. I liked it when I was younger. I don't know what changed. But I don't really follow it anymore. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I have load shedding at midnight, though, so I need to keep an eye on the time. That's why I have a timer set on Seri. But yeah, otherwise, I think we've had a bit of a blast. We've had a good evening. We've been, goofy goobers, basically. I've just been playing a lot of Genshin. Because I have goals to meet to get free stuff from the company that makes this game, so... But yes, Knights of the Old Republic. Oh man, that game was so good. I played it several times. The first one. I don't know about the second one. But definitely the first one. I played a few times. I really, really liked it. Honestly, I have no recollection of the second game. But the first game, I played that game a lot. It was good. Revenge of the Sith is the only one you'll ever need to watch. Yeah? Also went through a long time of hardly touching anything Star Wars. Yeah, I think... I don't know why, but like... Maybe it was when... I guess when I could like make my own decisions on like the kind of media that I consumed. I found that, you know, space opera is cool, but fantasy is cooler. Like, Lord of the Rings all day, every day. I'm all about that shit. You love Star Wars? You even have a shirt? I do have a shirt. I have a Darth Vader shirt. Shush, man. I used to have a lightsaber as well. I don't know what happened to it. I had a green lightsaber. Of course. The sequel is also pretty good. I honestly don't remember. Did the sequel have that assassin robot? Fuck, I can't remember his name. Or was that the first game? I can't... Oh man, what was his name? I want to say AK-47, but that's a gun. What was he called? I loved him though. He was great. Spicy guy, but yeah. Gotta watch Star Wars Visions? What the heck is that? The only vision I know is in Genshin Impact. Not my vision. Star Wars Vision is not my vision. Rotate? I'm rotating something? What am I rotating? Whoops. Oh, is it that thing up there? Oh, it is that thing up there. Okay, interesting. I'm doing something. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing it. Episode 3. I would have to go and see which one that is, because like I said, I watched, I don't know why, as a kid, I just kept watching all the Star Wars, because we had like the tapes for the first, well, the first 3, 4, 5, and 6. So I watched those a lot, but I don't think I watched the... I don't think I watched the other movies that much. Darth Vader had a dark vision, like Dainsleif. Dainsleif has a dark vision? Don't even joke. Because I saw someone on Twitter say that they're going to introduce a new element. It's called light and blah blah blah. And I was just like, what the fuck is going on? Twitter is a wild place sometimes. Empire Strikes Back. Anything Sith related. Okay, so Puppety seems very sweet, but really he's a Sith. I wonder if Mama B knows this. We gotta save her. Unless she's on that side as well, I don't know, man. Now, wait a second. Am I supposed to be doing something here? There's like a tiny wall for no reason. Oh, there's sand coming out of it. Huh. Interesting. What does this do? Hi back! GG's. Your friend went to sleep, Hassan. What is with you kids posting your parents' number in people's chats? Hassan, please. Because he posted his mother's number. Who went to sleep? Omar went to sleep. Honestly, I'm just pressing buttons at this point. I don't know what I'm doing. Arabic kids just don't care. They don't. They truly don't. They're like, mom's number? Here. Have it. Take it. What the heck? That switches... What? What? Here, I have my mother's number. Empire was really good. Summer episode 6 is still your... I'm bad with reading Roman numbers. What does this do? Okay, so that turns the fence off. Okay. Am I supposed to be doing something else? Do I need to have them on at the same time? Wait, there's this? What does that do? Whoa! Okay. I have no idea what I just did there. But I did it. Mama B is the same? Oh my goodness. My life is a lie. No ways these two sweet beans be on the side of the Sith. No ways. Sucrose is so smart. She is very smart. She's a smart girl. She's got a big brain. Cool, okay. I actually... I feel like I did a lot of things there. Like, I pressed on a lot of buttons, but I have no idea what I actually did. Like, did I make any progress? Did I move forward? I have a thing here now to unlock. Oh, Jesus! What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, Yoda. God, my heart. I got a fright because of these guys, not from the sound, but the sound wasn't helping. It just added. It just added. 2 deaths. Oh no, that's cute as fuck, man. What the hell, man? You take that back. That's too cute. I'm gonna get a cavity from how sweet that is. Oh? I love when people have like nerdy shit for their weddings. I've been seeing on Instagram, I almost said TikTok. It's like I don't use TikTok. On Instagram, because that's where I get all the, you know, the outdated TikToks come to Instagram eventually. So there's some guy, or I guess there's several guys who do it actually, that make like, I don't know what that song is called. When the bride walks down the aisle. And they'll do like a mashup of like the traditional, but then add some kind of nerdy song on with it. Oh, I saw one recently for Lord of the Rings and I was just like, ah! I need it. Because Ray and I both love Lord of the Rings. Okay, so this is the one we just solved. But, what did it do? What did it solve? What did it open? And have I been down there? Do I just jump down and see what's going on? Oh, this goes very far down. What the heck? Canon? Indeed. These nuts? Sorry. You can't just be dropping that letter not expecting anything from it, you know? Ow. I don't know what canon indie is, but is that the song that I was talking about? Where are we going? I'm just running now to see what I can do. Oh, well I was supposed to come this way anyway. Mysterious meat. Oh, that's one thing we need to go back for before we finish up tonight. We need to go and find out what that mysterious meat becomes. You'll recognize it when you hear it. Okay, fair. But also, I almost never know the names of songs or the artists. And I don't know if we grew up during the same time, Slick. Because I don't know if you're younger than me, but I used to get sent music from friends via Bluetooth. And they would never have the name of the song or the artist as the file name. So I would just have random letters and numbers as songs. And I would just listen to them because they were fucking good music. But I never fucking knew what I was listening to. Because those motherfuckers don't know how to name a file. So I never know the names of songs or the artists because of that. It's gotten a lot better now because I use Spotify and that just makes my life easier. Because then I can actually see very easily. But in my day, back in my day, it was very difficult to know what song I was listening to. Kids these days are spoiled with Spotify's and Apple Music's. Bella Lugosi's dead. Wait, who? Also, hi Noah. What a way to enter. Just be like, ah yes, this person is dead. Grandma? Who you calling grandma? I ain't your grandma. The audacity of these kids. No! Give me peace! Raiden, please. Just go pick up the meat. There we go, we're good. You're Nahida and Sucrose. Okay. We'll do like so then. Sorry that you had to witness that. There's no way you're older than me. I'm 30. I'm turning 31 this year. But I feel like it's rude to ask people their age, so I'm not gonna ask you your age. But now you know mine. So do with that information what you will. I have cold tea that I'm gonna drink here. Because Ray made that for me a while ago. Back! You good, Yoda? How's Peppy Potts doing? Cold tea. Listen, it's liquid. I'm gonna drink it. Ray gets so annoyed with me, especially if I drink cold coffee. Because, you know, it's supposed to be hot when I drink it. The coffee that he makes me. But I forget. And then it's cold by the time I drink it. And then sometimes if he gets to it before I do, then he'll just take it away from me. Tea that was hot and cooled down. Disgusting. If anyone's allowed to say that word, it's you, Noah. But you'll have to... I won't accept it unless you send me a voice note of you saying it. Otherwise, I'm not interested, Noah. You look nowhere near 30, let alone 31. You're 35 this year. Okay, so we're basically the same-ish area of age. would have grown up with similar things, I think.
西弗里测试6308设防单元，
Did you have friends send you fucked up fucked up files over Bluetooth that just made no sense? Or were my friends just assholes? Do I need to go and have a talk with them? Okay, to be fair, I'm no longer friends with those people, so maybe it's a good thing. 5 minutes left? Oh, fuck. My power's going out at midnight, Noah, so I need to just make sure that I finish up stream in time. You know how it be. Bro, please relax. Yeah. You know when little kids hold their pee, they do a little dance? What, Pepper? Pepper was dancing? Also need to bounce, cutting at midnight. Oh, man. But thank you again so much for the raid. Always nice to chat, and I'll be moving to Cape Town in a couple months, so maybe I get to see more peoples. Cause I don't think I've met Kai before. I don't think so. Even though we've got that cosplay connection, I don't think I've met her. Hit us up for shows. Handy P. I mean, I'm gonna, if there's like events and stuff, if there's like cosplay or streamer stuff, I'm definitely gonna make a plan to be there. I need to meet peeps.
是源自谁的馈赠呢？
But yes, please do take care of yourself. If I don't see, of course, you as well, Slick. Take care. Have a good evening. Go get some rest. Holy shit, it's late. Let's say. Also being awake currently, it's fine. Have you seen the reviews? Hogwarts Legacy is apparently really fucking good. What do you think? I have no intention of getting it, Noah. Have you played it?
全都看见了。
Oh wait, those are my friends. I forgetty.
向之风，你造。西弗里
Why, do you want to play it, Noah?
安全距离。微光。
Oh, not even drops loot. You thought it was going to be Garbo? I mean, it's single player. Oh, wait, this guy's still alive.
无处遁逃。
You're still here? Just DMZing? I don't know if I want to know what that means, Puppety. The MMO. You know, Jargon made the same comment earlier. The thing is, I have the option of playing this with friends. I can play with people if I want to. And it's that choice that I like. Give me my choice. You pew-pewing others? Okay, perfect. Enjoy. I don't know, man. JK Rowling's a piece of shit. So I don't feel comfortable about that. Ooh. That part of the game. I'm not like judging anyone who does play. Like, it's everyone else's business what they play. I've seen LGBT BBQs playing, you know, it's their business. Little rat. No, rats are wonderful. She's just straight up a piece of garbage. So, you had a Harry Potter themed wedding. That's fine. Like I said, it's I'm not judging anyone else for that. It's just, this is my personal reason. But it's also like, it's a single player game. I thought it was going to be an MMO, to be honest. That's what it seemed like it was going to be. But it's basically Skyrim, but in Harry Potter. Turfling. No, she is the turf. The turf and the turd. Maybe I will sail the high seas. Oh yeah, definitely. You know, if you wanna. This looks spicy as all hell. Is this in the center that we're looking at? Oh, it is! Oh yeah! We had to open 3 entrances. We've done 2 now. Okay. Well, that's not a bad place to, like, end off. So I think that's all good. Skyrim, Harry Potter sounds great to me. I love Harry Potter. But I'm not a diehard fan. I didn't get past the 5th book. Because Harry was a whiny boy. He was very irritating in the 5th one. But I think he was supposed to be because he was going through a lot at the time. I don't know. I just couldn't get past that book. I struggled. I struggled getting as far as I did in the 5th book. And then I didn't watch... I think I might have watched the 4th movie. Is that the one with the... like the competition? The inter-school competition? I think that's the last movie that I watched. And I played that mobile game that came out, like, several years ago. But that's about it. Did you put your name in the goblet of fire? Harry? Yeah. That was, I think that's as far as I got. Said calmly. Oops. Yeah, that's as far as I got. I like the world of Harry Potter. I think the magic and the creatures especially. My favorite book out of the series was the you know Fantastic Beasts? Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. That was not ever a story. It was literally just the creatures, and that's all I read. I loved that book. I read it so many times. But then they made movies out of it somehow, and I still am not too sure how that worked. Fantastic Beasts sucks. The movie? You better not be talking about the original book, the OG. There was 2. It was kind of like supplementary books. They were like textbooks, actually. Because the one was about Quidditch. It was a green book, if I'm not mistaken. And then the Fantastic Beasts was a small red book. It was honestly like... it was teeny tiny. But I paged through that book so many times. Because it just had like a little... like a drawing and a description of the creature. I loved it. Chamber of Secrets is the only best movie. You didn't like the other ones? I liked Prisoner of Azkaban. But only because of Buckbeak. I played the 3rd Harry Potter PC game. God. I don't want to look now and see what the graphics look like. But back then, I thought they were amazing. And all I wanted to do in that game was the hippogriff riding. That was all I cared about. I don't know if I ever finished the game. I have no idea. Because all I wanted to do was the hippogriff riding. That was the only part of the game that I really liked. So, yeah. The movie sucked. Yeah, I think I might have watched the first one, but I don't remember. Okay, hold on. Wait. My back. Oh, I didn't have my multivitamin today. Whoopsie. Because I've had the fan, like, blaring behind me the whole night. My lips are super dry. Alright. We can have the big face now. Because why not? Because I will be finishing up soon. I also need to prepare and find someone to raid. Because I don't know who's still streaming. It is late. You watched it on a flight home? Oh my goodness. Let's see. Man, I thought I saw a name of a person I was looking for, but it wasn't them. Look. Anyway. Have you ever been in flight? On a flight? Have I ever flown anywhere? Yes, I have. 12, 13, maybe 13 years ago, I flew to England to visit my family. He has to shed his load too? Yes, because we live together, Noah. So yes, we do need to skedaddle, skedoodle. Okay, I was looking for someone to raid. I just want to go check this person out because they raided me recently, so I want to raid them back. They've only been streaming for an hour and a half, so maybe they've still got some juice in the tank. Looks like they're doing art commission? Okay. Revenge raid, of course. Of course, naturally, I must support the people who support me. Why not? You know how it is. Your plush collection is iconic. My babies! Look at the babies! And there's, oh, you can only see Tanjiro, but there's Bulbasaur, there's a bunch of Eevees. Ray bought me another one. Also my, where is it? There, my rainbow ball sacks as well. My supplementary ball sacks over here. 10 out of 10. I love them. My children's. And Walter. My extra child. My spare child. Alright. I was typing a name. Sorry. Let me make sure that I type it correctly, because I'm a bit of a dumbass. Okay, guys. You know the drill. Also, I'll be back tomorrow. I did post my stream schedule on Twitter. I posted it on Instagram. And I will post it on Discord at some point. Maybe tonight. But I'm going to be doing a morning stream tomorrow. Because that's how load shedding works tomorrow. So, yeah. I will see you guys. Please, everyone, take care. Kids Thor, you take care too. Don't forget OnlyFans. Yeah, I need to turn my fan off. It's making my hair crazy. But yes, everyone, please do take care. Have a wonderful day and or evening wherever you are in the world. Did we do the raid message? Oh, Yoda did it for us. Thank you, Yoda. Okay, so we are going to JJ, or Meister Hypester. This is actually one of the friends that I was with yesterday. We were doing a photo shoot for Demon Slayer. And he did the chibi Michael Jackson known as Muzan, the bad guy, basically. Anyway, bye guys. See you tomorrow. Bye, 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 bye. Go be good, everyone. Go stretch your legs. Go have some water. Go sleep if you need to.